right, I guess we can go ahead and get started. I'll go ahead and recap what happened on the last episode. It's been a little bit of time since we last played. So you guys, previously the party had traveled to Van Richten's tower, and they were with Van Richten at the time, and realized they were being trailed by werewolves. So Van Richten decided to kind of go fend off and hold off some of the werewolves, and told the party to just go into his tower and find a very important item that he left in there. So they went in, and they climbed a crickety elevator up to the top floor, where Van Richten looks like he kind of made his home here in Barovia. And they managed to find sealed away in one of behind the wall, a very important blade that is now in the possession of Tira, our resident Asimar paladin of the group.
Can't prove anything.
Um,
Did not steal that blade.
So the sun sword, the sun blade, however you'd like to call it, is now in possession of the party. And as Tira wielded it, she felt the radiant power flowing from this sword, and she has now attuned to it, and had got to experiment with it a little bit. So they, while they were in the tower, the werewolves did kind of track them a little bit and surrounded the tower. They spent some time trying to fend them off, but it was they were posing to be quite a threat. And another individual had appeared to help them with some large silver, like ballista type arrows, Vasily von Holtz. And the party was a little suspicious of why Vasily, how he managed to find them. He seemed to be intent on making sure Irina was okay, and it was all very weird and sketchy. So they parted ways with Vasily. Couldn't find Van Richten. And I'm trying to remember, you guys left a note for him, but what was the message that you left? There was something...
Shoot, I think we just...
No, we said we had like a word.
I think it was just Arabelle, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Just gonna make
Basically,
it
the name of the Vistani girl.
Yep.
Yeah.
Either that or Vistani.
Yeah.
I think it was Arabelle, though.
I'm
not sure.
Either way, Arabelle, Vistani. Yeah, I'll have to go back and check, but
Lucky for us, we have VODs.
yeah, yeah. I'm just gonna make a note of that because I didn't last week. Okay.
Yeah, check the Discord really quick too, Tracy.
Okay.
Yeah, my notes say Arabelle. Arabelle's name was on it.
Yeah, you'll find out in a second about that too. Anyway, all right. So you guys left the note Arabelle for Van Richten, trying to be a little discreet in case anybody else did show up. That's the note that they left for Van Richten. They did not reunite with him just yet. So the party decided the next step for them is to return this young Vistani girl, Arabelle, who in a previous episode they had saved from drowning in the Lake Zarovich lake. They have had this young girl, Arabelle, with them, and they're going to return her to her Vistani camp. And they also have Irina and Ismark still with them in the group as well. So it's the whole lot of them traveled back down. So right now, they came from Van Richten Tower up here, and they're traveling down back to the Vallaki area. Right outside of Vallaki is a Vistani camp where Arabelle is from. They coordinated a night to rest, and they are kind of making camp in this area by the lake. I think it was Tira and Torhas and Arabelle were taking the first watch, and the rest of everybody else was asleep, including Irina, who was resting for the night. A few of them had dreams as they were sleeping of different visions, and they awoke I had them roll perception checks to see that Irina was not there. Actually, let's see if I still have the perception. I don't think we... Or I asked for your passive perceptions.
Yeah.
Just actually,
Yeah.
for who is awake right now, who is taking the first watch, roll me actual perception checks. $19. Nat 1. Stark difference there.
Getting out of the way early.
So you notice Irina. Torhas, you notice Irina gone. Tira, you see her there still.
Hmm? Okay. We're still at the front of the wagon, right?
You guys are, I think,
In camp, right?
yeah, you guys are at a
Camp?
camp. You guys made camp,
Oh, that's right.
and yeah, so you guys are both kind of just looking either to the road or looking back at where everybody's resting.
So she should be.
She should be resting on her bedroll. You don't see her there.
So I'll kind of look at it. And kind of like look around. Spend like a minute. Seeming kind of crazy because I'm looking around for Irina.
Would I notice Torhas walking around looking for her?
You would
Looking for
notice,
something, at least.
yeah, you would notice him up looking around.
I'm gonna ask Torhas what he's looking for.
Do you know where Irina is?
I'm just gonna point to her bedroll, saying she's right there.
I'm looking at it. And it's like,
You look and you see what looks like she does appear back, but both of you notice it's like there's some sort of aura. And Tira, you actually sense something evil immediately. You don't even need to put your senses on. You sense a presence among you all.
So as Torhas looks at her, it's like she was not there about a minute ago.
That doesn't surprise me. A lot of strange things tends to go on around here when we go to sleep, does it not?
It's a good point, but with all that's been happening with her, especially, just trying to keep alert.
I'm gonna say I consider us even for me waking you up the other day by accident.
Fair point.
I'm going to say, that said, however, there is something here. Because I'm just going to point out that I'm sensing something, but I'm not quite sure what it is. I'm a little worried.
What do you mean something's here?
I'm going to try to explain how I can detect evil things, but not really well, I would say. It's just I get a feeling when there's evil around, or
So
when
like
there's good
your
around.
senses start to tingle?
Yes, sort of. But I have a feeling about things like the sword, for example. I was able to determine the source of good coming from it. However, I'm sensing evil around us at this moment, which I didn't really sense before.
So you can sense if anything is good or evil at any time? At will? Or is it like...
There are limits, but for example, I was able to have an understanding of where the vampires were when we were in the house.
You mean the... oh my god, what was it called? The 6 vampire spawns at the top?
Yep.
Yes. I would have just considered them vampires, so I'm not super well versed in what they are.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, Torhas is like, actually, they're vampire
Actually,
spawns.
touches up glasses.
I've read all of Van Richten's books, and they're actually vampire spawns.
You
So
need
I've
to
got-
stand Van Richten, Kira, or we're not gonna be friends. Just kidding.
So I'm going to say something here. I'm worried, but
Can
do I
you,
have any
like,
idea? Can I try to focus in on what it is or something?
Yeah, that's what I was gonna ask. Like, can you like figure out where it is.
It's within 30 feet.
What the hell is that? Is that the music?
Yeah, there's like ambient
Oh.
noise in this music, so.
It sounded a lot like the skeletons in Sea of Thieves, and I kind of thought I had the game still open. I was like, because that game does have problems with not actually closing or opening properly and hearing sounds.
You know what? I'm curious. How well covered are the rest of the party? Like, are they like sleeping with their eyes relatively shielded or something?
no.
How I don't know. How do you guys, Gizzard and Thurkarel, how do you guys normally sleep? If you have a bedroll, do you just
Circle meditates, right?
Yeah,
Yeah.
I'm in like deep trance, so I'm probably just like near a tree on my bedroll, using it as kind of just a mat to meditate on.
Yeah, Gizzard probably sleeps kind of rolled up in a little ball with his like tail kind of
Oh.
curled up near his head. We'll say that I am very manly. I'm not.
That's not cute.
So at the immediate moment, I'm gonna fire off Divine Sense, which lets me know the location of anything not behind total cover. That's 60 feet within me, around me. That's celestial, fiend, or undead.
You begin looking, and the senses, this voice that normally speaks to you when you cast this, it pulls your head in a direction toward the lake. You see a figure standing there, and for the first time you sense it's undead, and for the first time you realize, or you notice that it's standing in front of you is Vasily von Holtz.
And he's undead.
That's what you're detecting.
I'm gonna just yell out, Vasily von Holt, show yourself.
He begins
He
walking
only
closer.
senses him, right?
Yeah, it's hard to, because it's so dark, it's hard to see, as he's probably like 40.
I have dark vision, so
What's the dark vision?
I can see shades of gray up to 60 feet.
Oh, okay, so you
like,
would have
pretty
noticed
much-
him.
Pretty
Yeah.
pretty much my Divine Sense plus that. I figure, like, again, it's like no color vision. Like,
Right. So
Oh.
you notice this figure. You see him. Maybe Torhaus, you might have not have immediately noticed, but now as you hear Tira yelling this, you see a figure in the distance, and he does begin walking toward you guys, toward the camp.
I don't have dark vision though. Just
Okay.
no,
Yeah. What's your range of sight actually?
just normal.
Okay. Okay.
Don't see very much.
I'm going to draw
I'm
my
like 99%
flail and
sure.
cast light on it.
Cast light on the flail. Okay.
Yeah. So it's pretty much just now just like a hanging torch on a stick.
Swing it back and forth.
Okay. He kind of puts a hand up for a second. No need for that.
Why are you here?
I'm here to deliver something. I should have done it earlier, but
Would you care to explain your disposition?
Torhaus gets his axe slightly ready, not like out, but he's holding the handle a little bit.
no need to be hostile. I'm here
I'm,
to deliver something.
I'm aware that you're here to deliver something, and I'm not intending to be hostile. However, would you care to explain why you're undead?
You mean
I'm just gonna I'm gonna just like glare at him.
Was it not immediately
away is he?
obvious to you? He's about 30 feet at this point.
Yeah.
He's looking.
the edge of the light?
You see him, Tira. He's looking straight at Irina. He's not even looking at you when he talks.
Yeah.
Has it not been obvious to you?
I mean, not to me. He looks like he's got his skin and stuff.
I know
There's
you
a lot
all were snooping through Lady Walker's things.
Toros kind of looks around like, what? I wasn't. I don't know. Maybe they were, but I wasn't.
So that being said, what are you here to deliver?
A letter.
And why could you not deliver it earlier when we were together? Why wait now?
I had other intentions for coming here.
And I'm just going to say, would I have noticed him looking at Arena and
Yeah.
Vistani during this entire
Yeah,
time?
you notice it.
Okay, I'm just gonna be like, yeah, I can tell. You may leave whatever you wish to deliver at your feet, and we will come pick it up. I do not have much trust for your kind.
He brings from one of his little satchels a small envelope sealed with one of those wax seals on it. And he places it on the ground in front of him and takes a few steps back, but doesn't immediately leave.
So if you have anything else to say, you may say it, but leave us in peace.
He begins speaking again, and not in his normal cheerful voice that you recognize from Vasily, but in another voice that you recognize.
Uh-oh.
I grow tired of all of you. And you immediately realize it sounds like Strahd.
God damn it.
I grow tired of you all keeping what is mine from me. And soon, I will take back what is mine.
Torhas is now ready to his axe and kind of starts approaching Strahd.
Okay?
I'm gonna just
Why don't you
put
come
an
and
arm
take
out
it?
to stop him. To be like,
As you get closer, Torhas, I want you to roll a wisdom saving throw.
uh-oh.
Would any of this have been loud enough to wake anybody else? Or...
I feel, well, actually,
Torhas definitely yelled that.
yeah, and you guys, yeah, I would say that the other two, and Arabelle, and as a matter of fact, everybody's gonna wake up at this point.
You probably noticed at this point where I'm like
Yeah,
standing there
is
yelling
where-
30 feet away to this guy.
Maybe,
Lit up.
you know what? Yes, you're right. Ismark and Irina as well would have woken up from this, and Arabelle. Or she was already awake, actually. So you guys awake and see Tira and Torhas with Vasily in front of them.
What is going on? Can you put that light out? It's very bright.
No gizzard, it's Strahd.
We have guests.
Hearing the word Strahd, I'm going to reach for my daggers.
Yeah, I would immediately kind of get up and look
And
around.
I'd try to position myself in front of Arabelle.
Okay. Torhas, you, as you yell and kind of move closer towards Strahd, he charms you.
Ooh.
This
vampire fellow's looking really, really handsome, guys. I don't know if we should fuck. I'm kidding.
Grab the letter, he tells you.
The letter that he
Put on the floor.
put on the floor. Okay. Torhas then reaches for it.
And go back to your pitiful group.
Gizzard will say, "Hey, Vasily, where is Strahd?"
Torhas starts walking back.
Vasily, he laughs. The laugh, Gizzard, roll me an intelligence check.
Oh, of course, intelligence for you.
Yeah.
Straight intelligence or intelligence save?
Just straight intelligence. Yeah, you don't recognize the laugh. The rest of you recognize that laugh sounds a lot like Strahd, but Gizzard, you don't immediately realize that.
Say, be quiet. Strahd is around.
I'm going to just, like, when Gizzard says, I'm just gonna close my eyes and like clench my fist and just look up at the sky a little bit with my eyes closed, and then
She's
just
like,
sigh,
please.
just sigh loudly, and then like, is that all, Strahd?
He looks to
Or facility, I
Torhas.
should say.
He looks at
He knows
Torhas.
it.
He'd be walking back to the group.
Dragonborn, tell me, why were you at Van Richten's tower?
Torhas turns and we were
Don't tell him. I'm
we
gonna
were
shout
looking
out.
around. You know,
He's
I'm a big
charmed,
fan of the
right?
guy.
And we don't
Yeah,
know that
I'm
he's
so
charmed,
charmed.
right?
I guess, yeah, you guys wouldn't immediately notice that he's charmed.
We were looking around. I'm a big fan. Wanted to see if you had anything cool. You ever have those moments where
You're a fan
you're
of Van
a fan of
Richten.
someone?
Did he send you
I'm just-
here?
I think you've said enough, Torhas.
He didn't send us to this camp. No,
To a
we
camp?
did it on our own.
Oh,
Like
to
where
this
we are.
camp.
Yeah,
Um,
he didn't send us here. No.
but he sent you somewhere.
No. I don't think you think that.
No. Yeah, I don't think so.
Is he here?
Ooh.
Van Richten.
Nope.
He's not here. What is going on?
What is your obsession with Van Richten? Or
Maybe he's
Arena,
as
for
much a
that
fan
matter.
as me. I can tell you all about his books if you'd like. They're really
Super
cool.
fans are crazy. Shake
Dan
my
Van
head.
Richten.
Stan Van Richten.
If you all are working for Van Richten, you will meet the same fate as his.
I wouldn't say we're working. We're not really getting paid or anything.
Say, Torhas, get back here. Why are you listening to him to begin with?
I don't know. He's incredibly endearing.
Gizzard, roll another intelligence check.
13?
You notice something is up with Torhas. Your arcane instincts notice something's up with him. He's acting funny.
Are you okay, Torhas? You're acting a little weird.
I feel great. How are you doing, Gizzard?
Very tired.
Yeah. I know the feeling.
Well, I invite you all to my
Ooh,
castle
to like a party? Oh.
to dinner.
Oh, dinner sounds great. It's a bit early in the morning. Could we do this another time?
Oh
Will
yes.
there be cake?
Oh yes. Where is your castle?
The letter will give you all the details. And he begins to step away.
So I guess you don't want to talk about Van Richten? Like his books are really cool.
Bring
I've
Van
got a
Richten
couple.
with you when you
Oh,
come.
we have no idea where he is.
Oh,
Alright.
so
I'm
You could like seemingly teleport around everywhere. Like, why don't you just go find him?
it's good to know that he is here.
No, like, do you not understand? He's not here.
In the land. He's in disguise, isn't he?
Well,
No,
didn't you
he's
know
not.
it's his tower? Like, of course he's here if he has a tower here.
You don't understand.
Who just builds a tower in a land and then doesn't visit their own tower? That seems kind of like. Would you leave,
Silence,
like,
Torhas.
your castle?
He tells you to shut. He tells you to shut up.
I don't know if Van Richten built that tower. It seemed kind of old. Maybe he just moved in.
That tower does not belong to him. It is mine, like everything else here. And soon you will all be mine as well. And he
I'm just
begins.
gonna say,
Yeah.
I'm gonna say, so you are ancient and you are the land, like sarcastically.
You're catching on very quickly. You remind me so much of her, he says to Tira. But you're not her. And he looks at
Who's her?
Irina.
I am going to pull out the Sunblade and try to charge at Vasily.
Oh.
I was rolling the d20 to see if I would go for it.
So you have the blade. And yeah, you know what?
I'm
Roll
within 30 feet.
roll your attack roll.
Nice.
18. That does hit. Wow. Is that 10 radiant or 10 plus 6
10
or
plus 6 plus 2 plus it's 10 radiant plus 2 dueling plus 6 normal.
wow. Give me 1 second here as
Is that
I
calculated correctly?
What's the damage on the Sunblade normally?
Whoops.
Like it's 1d10 and then is it just 1d8? Extra radiance, is that right?
Yeah, so it's I rolled out of the D. Why did I? Oh, why that rolled incorrectly.
I think.
I rolled a D10
Well, I think you have it.
It rolled a d8. Well, is it versatile where you could wear it?
Yeah, I'm
Yeah.
Oh,
I turned
okay.
it off. Because I have a shield, so
Let's check.
Because it looks like it rolled a d8.
oh yeah, it rolled 1d8 plus 2 strength plus 2 magic. Yeah, so
What's the second 1d10 for?
I think
get rid of the second
I
1d10.
think well, is the 1d10? I think the 1d10 is the radiant damage, right? Maybe.
I think the
yes.
entire thing is radiant damage because it's Sun Sword.
Yeah.
So just the entire thing is radiant. That part's there. It's a 1d8 plus 2 for my strength, plus 2 for magic. It says plus 2 magic.
Okay, so let's see. So it deals radiant instead of slashing. So yeah, it would be the 1d8, which is correct. When you hit an undead with it, the target takes an extra 1d8 radiant damage. So I
have
think
to roll
everything.
that. It doesn't know that I'm
yeah.
attacking an undead. That 1d10 is from the
Yeah.
versatile, so that's ignored.
Yeah, so that's what that is.
So it's 10 plus 2 because I have an extra bonus from dueling if I'm going as one target. So weapon in
Would
hand.
be just a 1d8. Just roll
Yeah,
a
so I
1d8
just
for
roll.
extra radiant. So 17 points of damage.
17
total.
total. Yes.
Wow. You hurl the sunblade into
I
Vasily.
don't throw it at him. I run. I like.
Or
run
yeah,
to
yeah.
hit him,
You run at him and slash him with this. And he does immediately shift his form from Vasily into Strahd. And you guys are greeted by Strahd himself once again. And so you do have the blade. And he is going to use his legendary action.
Oh, God.
He he's going to
I might have fucked up, guys.
And the campaign comes to an end. Thanks everybody for watching. See you
Yeah.
next campaign.
Follow Tracy's prep.
oh jeez. Okay.
Unless she asked, what would you do
Make a
if it succeeds?
make a Constitution saving throw, Tira.
Okay.
Nice.
Wow. Okay. All right. One sec.
take half of 10d8.
Close.
Plus 20. Okay.
Ooh, jeez.
Oh my
Oh my
god.
goodness.
That's what I said.
So Strahd reverts to his form and looks at you, Tira. He takes his hand and the blade. So I'll say, when you hit him with the blade, it does look like it actually hurts him, and he grabs his arm in pain for a second. But then he smiles and looks at you, and he takes his hand and grabs your face and caresses it for a second. You are not Tatiana. And he, you feel this energy, the vitality draining from you for a second.
What kind of damage is it?
It's necrotic.
I have resistance to necrotic also.
So does that mean you
So
take
if
half
I
of
pass-
half?
What
You
is
have
it when
twice.
You would.
No, I have regular necrotic damage, but then I also pass the Constitution save.
So normally a person would take half damage from.
Yeah.
So would you
Yeah.
just take none, or would you take
don't
half of
know.
half?
I think take half and half.
You would take half of half.
So you would take
half
10.
the 40, right? Yeah.
Yeah.
And then because you have resistance, you would have the 10, or that half the.
So you feel a slight bit of you feel Strahd beginning to drain the life from you, but you're able to resist it very much. You only only a little bit gets kind of sucked from your face, and you kind of jolt a little bit.
Alright, so I
And
take 10.
yeah, you take 10 necrotic damage. Strahd notices this too, that he wasn't able to take as much life out of you as he wanted to, and he pulls his hands back. And that's his action. He'll use his legendary action to move back, and he can move without invoking an attack of opportunity. And bring Van Richten and Irina with you. I hope to see you soon. And he reverts into a mist form. These droplets begin to appear, and he slowly begins to vanish away. And you guys are left with Irina looking horrified once again. Ismark,
Slink back.
yeah, and Torhas has a letter in his hands.
Is Strahd gone?
He is gone. Yes, Tira, you don't sense any undead nearby.
I would imagine so.
Yeah.
Guys, that was really weird. I couldn't talk for a straight 5 minutes.
You were talking. You were telling him like everything that he asked you
No,
to.
I remember that part, but then I couldn't talk. I think he had some spell thing on me. Gizzard, do you know anything about that? Can you tell people to shut up and then they actually shut up?
Sometimes.
Yeah, I think he did that.
Yeah, I am starting to think there's something weird going on with Vasily.
He
Wait,
said
Gizzard, that was Strahd.
earlier today. Vasily said everything he does is for the land, and with Strahd in the death house, and in my dreams, we've heard him associated with he is ancient, he is the land. I don't know whether this was just an apparition of Vasily. Well, I know this was Strahd, but I don't know whether he was just an apparition of Vasily. There might still be a separate Vasily out there, but either way, I don't trust him.
I wouldn't either. Torres kind of looks toward Tira. Hey, are you okay? Did he do anything to you?
I'm gonna shrug it off, and I'm gonna lay on hands myself for
Okay.
and
Okay.
Maybe Strahd can be anyone. Are you Strahd? I'll point to Orhas.
I'm
Oh
going to
God, I
point
hope
out
not.
I'm just gonna point out that he is so much more powerful than I expected. Quietly.
Is everyone okay? And I'll kind of look around at Irina and Ismark and Arabelle.
Irina nods. Ismark looks really frustrated. Damn it. What is it that he gave you?
While you guys
Cool.
are all doing this, I'm just gonna like quietly just like turn off the light, the sunblade, and then go pick up my
Thank you.
flail
Without the
and
light
like
on
turn
your
it off.
flail.
Yeah, I'm turning that off too as I go to pick it up.
Gizzard, before we open it, can you check it to see if there's any kind of spell on it or anything?
Of course. Can I make an Arcana check? See if
Yes.
it's got any sort of spell or magical quality. 10. That's pretty good for me.
No, it doesn't look like there's any magical properties on this letter.
Oh, it's just a letter.
Looks
Who
like
is it
a letter
addressed
me.
to?
It doesn't have anything on the front. It just has a red wax seal with what looks like a bat. Some sort
go
of
ahead and open it.
animal. Okay.
Torrance
So
hands the letter over.
you break the wax seal and open the letter, and this is what you see.
Torrance like peers over his shoulder, like, oh, that's like that fancy text. Like I can't read that, but that well.
I have some trouble sometimes, but I'll see if I can't make my way through.
Also, yes,
It says,
this cursive is ridiculously hard to read, and I have complained tirelessly that there's no text version in the book of the letter, and it's just in this annoying cursive.
so, could roleplay it through it, but I'm just going to read it out loud. So it says, "My friends, know that it is I who have brought you to this land, my home, and know that I alone can release you from it. I bid you dine at my castle so that we can meet in civilized surroundings. Your passage here will be a safe one.
Yeah.
Yeah. I await your arrival. Your host, Strahd van Zarovich." I hope he has cake there.
He asked him that for you.
I posted a text version in case we ever need to recite this again.
That's actually not that hard to read.
It's not terrible.
That's
Well, I
actually
mean,
very
it's
similar to my
it's
cursive.
not easy, but it is. It's not too bad.
Do you guys
Oh,
not write
5
in
out of
cursive
10.
anymore?
I haven't written.
I
cursive since,
barely
second
write at
grade.
all, to be honest.
This
Yeah.
is like
Type
on par with
everything.
how I learned to write cursive. Granted, my cursive looks like chicken shit, but it does look like this.
I think the only time I actually write cursive is signing my name. So
The last time I did it was SATs, which was
yeah,
like
it's
8
pretty
years
much
ago.
yeah. Last time
Whoops.
I did is, oh yeah, Barovich.
Whoops.
Strahd van Barkovich.
Borkovich. What if the dog is Strahd?
We have a dog killer, so that's not a problem.
Yeah.
It's AMA.
So, yeah. Ismark, like, listens to you read the letter. He's like, "You're not gonna actually go there, are you? Are you gonna take this bait?" He seems like very frustrated, because I felt frustrated and helpless, he seems.
Not now, but perhaps when the time is right. Perhaps
Not
if we have.
until Irina is safe. You and Irina, I should say.
Yes. Irina, I still don't understand any of this.
He mentioned a woman's name, Tatiana. Have you any of you heard of that name before?
It's odd that he mentioned her as he did whatever he was trying to do to me, but he seemed concerned.
I think...
Oddly concerned, to say the least.
Tira, you're...
Did he say to you, Ira?
Say again?
What did he say to you?
He said, "You are not Tatiana." Am I remembering that correctly?
Yes, yes.
Okay, I was like, pretty sure that's what he said.
Tira,
But I was
what...
too busy getting the life force sucked out of me.
Can you describe what Tira looks like? What color hair does she have?
Actually, I will. Give me 1 second. I wrote out a full description, guys. painters.
Yeah.
Does she have red hair?
Yeah,
Okay.
red hair, blue eyes, general.
Okay.
Blue eyes. That's a combination.
Um, Arabelle. Actually, no, she was. Arabelle looks kind of frightened. Oh, we're still going back to my home, right? We're not.
Yes, we will
Okay.
take you there
Okay.
safely before we go anywhere else.
Actually, yeah, Tracy. Pretty much my profile picture that I have is actually the Tira
Okay.
profile
Okay.
picture.
Just
That's
making
what I
sure.
sent out. Yeah.
Yeah, just making sure. Um. Okay. Yeah. Actually, no. I don't think there would be anything made from that yet. So yeah, Irina just seems confused. But you guys do kind of think like Irina and Tira do kind of have some similar resemblance. So the fact that Strahd mentioned this woman Tatiana and seems to have a thing for redheads or something, you're not quite sure what the deal is. But it just seemed kind of strange that he like almost mistook Tira for somebody. And he's also pursuing Irina.
So maybe when we go to dinner, we all dye our hair red.
Wait, I don't have hair.
Neither. Perhaps at some point, once we get Irina safe, we can say Tira died and disguise Tira as Irina and say that we brought her.
I'm going to kind of look offended at that suggestion.
That's not a bad idea, Gizzard.
What did I say?
I'm also going to look equally offended at Torhas.
I don't know how successful that would be. I mean, the armor might be a dead giveaway.
Well, maybe we can buy a dress somewhere. Get over the armor.
I wear armor too, Irina.
No, I feel like your armors are different.
I
In
would
what?
imagine so. Irina's armor was much more flexible and red, while mine are not
She is-
quite as flexible and blue.
She is much more graceful than you. I will be.
I'm gonna just look down sadly and be like, "Yeah, you're not wrong."
Oh.
Like you try moving around in heavy armor.
Why do you
That's
think
why
I wear
don't
no
any
armor?
Yeah, exactly. No armor is best armor.
Scales are the best armor.
Toras nods and agrees.
Let's say,
Well-
can we go back to rest? I'm pretty tired.
Ooh.
Yeah, me too. Well, don't they have to do the next watch?
Yep.
Crap.
But I'm not sure if we can sleep.
So this is this what, about 2 hours into our rest, or?
It's probably longer because you guys were also resting.
We were at the tail end of the rest. Like we had just finished the watch and we were about to hand
Yeah.
over when we ended the session.
Yeah.
So since I only need 4 hours, do I have more to do, I guess is.
You don't feel fully rested, Thurkarel. So
Okay, so I'd like to wait and take like.
I will take, I suppose, the next watch. Perhaps, Bismarck, you want to watch with me?
sure.
I'll stay up until Thurkarel's rested enough, and then I'll go to sleep.
Okay.
Well, I think that.
Well,
me
you
and,
need your rest too, Tira.
This
I
is
think
true.
me and Ismark can keep watch. We will wake you if there's any trouble.
I don't know how much I trust Gizzard's ability to keep watch at night. He couldn't even tell Vasily from Strahd. I'm gonna
Yeah,
be
I
a
might be
little paranoid. I'll stay
stupid,
up for like another.
but-
I'll stay up another hour or so and then go to sleep, regardless if
Torhas
they're corral or not.
immediately goes to bed.
Yeah.
I'm gonna go back into my trance.
Okay. All right. So for those who are staying up for the next watch, roll me perception checks.
And you doubted me. So yeah, me and Ismark then. So
Yeah. Actually, let me roll for his mark. Okay, so the night continues uneventful. Nothing else seems to be around or on the road or anything like that for your guys' watch.
good.
Okay. So was there one more there's one more watch after, right? Or is that it?
Yeah.
Well, I think I
Yeah.
covered 2 shifts
There,
since
correct.
I only need 4 hours.
Yeah. So then Thurkarel, you awake for your shift. Was it and Torhas, right? Or is it
No.
No,
Irina
and
is-
Irina. Okay. Yeah. So Thurkarel and Irina roll perception checks.
So how long are watches?
About 2 hours
there-
each.
Oh, okay. Because I'm like, if these are 4-hour watches, holy shit! Like it's sleeping for like 12 hours. But if it's 2 hours.
Okay. You also don't notice anything throughout the night, and for the rest of you guys, for all of you, you try to rest. You do kind of keep this in the back of your mind that like any moment something could happen, as it's happened just about every night. You haven't been able to sleep peacefully, but you all keep that in the back of your minds as you awake the next morning, and Ismark.
So with full rest, correct?
Yep, you guys do have a long rest. Ismark is up pretty early. He didn't rest as much as everybody else. And he is packing up the wagon, getting ready to go. And yeah, he's finished packing everything up. Let's just make a move as quickly as possible.
And this wagon is Rictavio's wagon, right?
Yes. Is there any... No, go ahead.
I'll kind of plan to walk aside the wagon just because I know the wagon's pretty overloaded.
Okay.
And we were walking to the south of Valaki, correct?
Yes.
To the Vistani camp.
Yep.
Is it just like 1 day's travel, or do we have longer than that?
No, you guys should be able to make it by the end of the night. Like around dusk, you should be able to make it down there.
Okay, wonderful.
So you guys travel or get ready to travel. Is there anything anybody wants to do or anything that they need to talk about before you continue along the path?
Don't think so.
No, I'll just relax in the back of the wagon.
Okay.
I'm
So
going to, while we're going, I'm going to strengthen the way I like fasten the sun blade to myself.
okay.
Kind of under my cloak, like not like out on my side. I'm going to keep my flail there, but I'm going to secure the sun blade to like back under my cloak.
Okay. Somebody roll me a d20 as you guys travel along the path.
Let somebody else. I'm relaxing.
Oof.
8.
The murder hornets arrive.
You guys, as you're traveling down on this cloudy, as always, day, you notice along the path another wagon making its way the opposite direction of you. You guys are heading south. It's heading north. Click, 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 click. You hear the clicking of the hooves as you look. the horse looks like a skeleton, and you see a skeletal rider on this wagon. Click, 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 click.
Oh, we got the benefits of a full rest, right?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, I just want to make sure I'm updating my stuff again. Oh.
So, I mean,
The
is the
wagons,
road
it's
wide
okay.
enough for the wagons to cross?
Yeah, it looks like you guys would like be very close to it, but yeah, it looks like there's enough for a two-way street here. Click, 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 click.
Is this a paved road or?
It's actually not a paved road. It's a muddy
You're saying
road.
Click, 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 click.
Yeah, it would be
There
more
are stones.
it would be more splashes. There are some stones, so you might hear the hooves, but yeah, you're right. You probably hear more like as the mud kind of kicks up from the skeletal rider.
Sorry, I had to.
What
Do I see the undead wagon?
Yes.
It's gonna be like that. Does this look like the same wagon I saw the other night?
It does.
It's to be like, Torhas, this is the wagon I saw the other night.
And I look out, and I see it, right?
Yep.
We all see it?
Yeah.
Like, good to know I'm not going insane. I just like shake my head. Like, does it look hostile?
No, it doesn't even notice you guys.
Is it riding like parallel to us in the distance? Is it perpendicular to us, or what?
Parallel.
I'm
Yeah, it's
going
coming
to
up the same.
divine sense just because I feel like that's something I should do when I see undead.
Right before you do that, Taurus, I'm like, hey, could you sense if that thing's evil or not?
I'm gonna be like nod my head as I look. I'm just like checking.
It's yeah, it's undead for sure. Though it doesn't seem immediately hostile.
It doesn't seem evil.
N-
Because I can detect good and evil, but I can also detect celestial fiends and undead.
you just sense that it's undead.
I'm gonna be like, oddly enough, I'm not getting a sense of evil from it, but it is definitely undead,
Click, 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 click.
which is not
Well, that's
something I've
obvious.
regularly encountered. Most undead have a lot of hostility or pent-up anger over unfinished business and the like.
Is the wagon covered or is it open?
Looking at it, it just looks open, and doesn't look like there's anything in it. It's just empty. And this skeletal rider, as you guys cross paths with it, it doesn't really notice you all. It just continues forward and just keeps moving, and goes past you guys.
I'm just going to point back and say, any encounter we don't have to engage in is a winning encounter. And like kind of sigh a breath of relief.
I feel like there are many here who cannot rest eternally. Whether it be zombies or skeletons, I feel like so many who die here come back in some way.
I wonder if that applies to
Totally
Strahd.
sounds so nice.
Do you think that means we can't kill Strahd?
Say
I don't
again?
know. You're the one who's read all the books. How do you
Yeah,
kill
you
a
are the
vampire?
expert.
I mean, I only read what Van Richten wrote. Obviously, Van Richten didn't kill Strahd, so I don't know what you want me to say.
Well,
What do you want us to say?
Has he killed other vampires? Do you have any? I don't know. Nuggets.
Pretty
of
sure the answer to that question is
wisdom?
yes.
Yes, he has. He's killed many vampires.
I'm going to just cough Rictavio again.
Ismark comments, well, I guess at this point Strahd knows that he's here.
But he may not know.
But he may not know that. He may not know specifically who Van Richten.
Seems he does not know who he is specifically. Yeah, what their girls.
We should probably keep it that way.
I'm just gonna like look at Taurus and be like, really? We should keep it that way.
Well,
What? You seemed content to just start telling him everything.
I didn't feel like I had a choice. I just started talking.
I'm gonna say, suppose so. He may have many more powers we're not aware of.
So I
And they
guess we should
stroked
be
the side of
careful.
my face.
He might just make us talk when we don't want to.
Is the wagon out of sight now, past us? Or behind us?
Yeah, it's now getting kind of more out of sight down up the road. Any other discussion that you guys have amongst each other as the skeleton rides away?
So does that sword do anything except for be a big torch?
Would I have noticed that it seemed to hurt Strahd? a lot?
Yes.
Torhaus definitely didn't.
I'm gonna say, well, it seemed to have an impact on him. It seemed like he was surprised on numerous aspects.
Do you think it was like a lot? Do you think you like, hurt him a lot, or do you think like it was just, you know, a slap on the wrist?
I fully expect that Strahd was thinking he would have killed me when he did whatever it was to me. He seemed surprised I was still standing.
Maybe you'll be our ticket to killing him.
Maybe.
He seems surprised, but not too phased by the.
I'm going to
smash
point
we
out
did.
the. I'm going to say, it seemed to hurt him as much as it surprised him, but I get the sense that he is dramatically more powerful than we expected. Tracy, would I be able to get like a decent feel of that, knowing that I have like necrotic resistance, and I would probably have an idea what he was trying to do to me?
Yes. Yeah.
And the fact that he drained as much as he did from me would have been like an obscene amount of
Yes.
from a normal person. Okay.
Yeah, you would have
I'd be like,
noticed that.
Yeah. Let's say he is dramatically stronger than even I anticipated. I suspect if he had done what he did to me to any of you, you would be dead. And I suspect I
Noted.
survived just by the luck of the situation. I should not have charged him.
Well, it's good to know for me, so I don't charge into him.
I feel like if we are to go to his castle, we might need more allies or help in
We
some
need
way.
to fight. We need to fight him smarter. I don't know if we'll be able to take him head to head.
Well, I prefer not to fight head to head.
Tira, something else you noticed when you were wielding the blade, the sun blade. When you were attacking Strahd with the blade, you felt the blade almost communicate with you in an emotional sense, where you felt it emanated feelings of vengeance to you.
Telling me my sunblade is an oath of vengeance blade?
It is a sentient blade.
Ooh.
And while you were attacking Strahd, it conveyed emotions to you that what was happening was good. And you felt that when you attacked him.
Oh, hit him harder.
I'm not gonna let the party in on that little fact.
Okay.
I'll leave that savory tidbit for myself.
Yep. Okay. So, you guys continue traveling for the day. And you make it past Valaki. You go over the bridge. You see the walls of the city, yet you move past it to head south. And Torhas kind of leads the direction. Arabelle too. She's beginning to recognize the area as you guys get closer to the Vistani camp. And you guys arrive to this down the path, approaching from the south, or this kind of corner here. As you guys get closer, you see all of these houses around. And Torhas, you saw these houses the first time you came here, but the Vistani don't you realize the Vistani don't actually live in these houses. The Vistani are all in their wagons and cabins on the top of this hill here at the camp. And something seems off when you arrive.
Are they all here, or are they? Wait, what time is it?
It's getting closer to toward the end of the day. It's probably like 4 or 5 p.m. at this point.
What time did I arrive there last time, roughly?
You arrived earlier in the day. You probably were there like 2 o'clock or something.
Okay, and because they were out and about 2 o'clock, and are they
Yeah.
out and about now?
There is not a single soul outside. And as you guys get closer, you notice a lot of the wagons are disheveled, broken, torn. Something seems off.
Yeah, as we get closer, Torres is gonna kind of like hold his arm out and be like, "Wait, something's not right."
Is there smoke coming from the chimneys of the houses like in the picture?
Yes. The houses around, yes. But there's no smoke coming from any of the campfires in the center, where the Vistani usually are.
I agree. Something is strange here. Why would they build their houses at the bottom of the hill and not on top?
Arabelle looks out. Daddy? And she like gets out and she immediately just runs out of the wagon as you guys are kind of just pulling over.
I'll try to keep pace with her.
Okay.
Try
So she runs up, Thurkarel immediately behind, and she makes her way up to the top of the hill. I'll just go ahead and throw her on there anyway. She looks around, and you guys see an immediate shock and horror on her face as she's exploring. She looks in the wagon, and you and Arabelle see dead Vistani everywhere.
I guess Torhas would be close behind and goes, "Oh no!"
I will try to cover her eyes.
She covers her mouth in shock. Where's my dad? And she's trembling with fear.
I remember her dad, right? So can I?
Yes, you do remember.
Kind of like motion for Thurkarel to take her out, and
Yeah,
I'll
I'll
look
try
for
to
him.
kind of try to keep her calm and kind of guide her away from the wagons.
And then
I'm
I'll
going
go
to
and
walk up and I'll go with Torhas and look around.
Yep.
I'll give Tira a vague description of what he looks like.
Okay. You guys begin to investigate, and you realize the camp is completely disheveled. All of the like wagons are turned over. It looks like there's rips and tears, and all of these people are dead. And eventually, Tira, you do find what looks like a man that is described: long black hair, a goatee, and a green cloak. You see him. He's clinging to life. But you notice he is barely in and out of consciousness.
Can I use healing hands on him?
Yes.
He gains 5 hit points.
You... Thank you, he says.
What happened here?
We were attacked. A creature came and attacked us. Killed everybody.
Can I keep... I'm just gonna be like, I think I have stabilized you, but can you... I must keep looking for more. We brought your daughter here, but we have her away from this chaos.
My daughter, please, let me see her.
I'm gonna gesture to Torhas, say, like, how's Luvash looking right now?
He's looking real rough.
All right.
Wizard would have been trying to comfort Arabelle.
Mm-hmm.
Arabelle, do you like dolls?
Uh, yeah, yeah.
Yeah, I'm gonna pull out the Strahd ventriloquist doll.
I'm going to, in the meantime, I'm going to just tell Toras he wants to speak to Arabelle. I think I helped him for now, but I need to see if I can help anyone else. And I'm just going to try to triage the rest of the Vistani, look around. See if there's
Yeah,
anyone else I
Torhas
can save.
goes and looks for the other two in Arabelle.
You look around and everybody seems dead. There's one other person who looks like he is clinging to life as well. Tira, if you want to try to help
Use
him
some
as
lay on
well.
hand- I'll use some lay on hands points on him. I'll use 3 points on him.
Okay. One sec, let me pull it up. Okay. Okay. So this man, he has shorter black hair and a beard. Thank you. Is anybody else alive? He asks you.
I'll say I just tended to Luvash, but I don't think so. What happened here?
We all were attacked. A tiger of some sorts came and ravaged through the camp. We tried to fight it. We didn't fight it off.
Tiger?
Yes.
Would I be familiar with that?
You do
Yeah,
remember a saber-toothed tiger
I was there.
in Valaki.
Yeah, I was gonna ask. Like, I'm gonna describe the creature. I'm like something like that, and just describe a saber-toothed tiger.
Yes, long fangs. It was so fast. Came in the night while we slept. We were unprepared.
And you're saying one of these creatures did this to all of you?
Yes. Like it was trained to kill us.
Going to kind of gasp.
Would I've gone and found Arabelle and everybody yet?
Yeah, you see Arabelle with Gizzard. Gizzard handing her a ventriloquist
I'm
doll
not
of
handing
Strahd.
it to her.
Oh.
I'm not handing it to her.
He
I
is
am saying to
ventriloquisting.
her with yes. I pull out the
Ventriloquizing,
strap
I don't know what
doll.
it's called.
Okay.
You see Gizzard there, basically saying, "I am a big butthead. I have a thing for girls with red."
So Torhas kind of walks in at that point. And he's just like, "What? But Arabelle, we found your father. Come."
You did. She like laughs for a second, and then when Torhas comes by and says this, her face immediately lights up, and she goes with you.
Yeah, and he takes her by the hand and
Oh, fuck.
kind of shields
Okay.
her eyes as we go past the dozens of dead bodies.
Mhm.
It's gonna be a surprise, okay? Don't worry.
Okay.
And then lead them to her dad.
She immediately hugs her dad and what happened? He says it's okay. We were under attack, but your dad, he managed to stay alive. And he kind of smiles. The two of them hug. Arabelle, she starts to cry as she sees her dad in this state. He looks to you guys, or Torhas at least. Thank you for bringing her back.
You know, it's good to see you again.
Yes. The elves might be able to help you.
And he kind of
elves?
raises an eyebrow. It's like, we have like an elf guy back there. Do you mean him?
No, they live in the houses at the bottom. They
out
might
of
have.
character, can I ask, are these actual supposed to be elves, or are you just including elves wherever
There
possible?
are actually supposed to be elves here.
Okay.
But can the elves help you?
Actually, yes. They have healing medicines. They should be able to help.
So then Toras kind of nods toward Tira and I'm gonna go get the elves then.
And go to my tent. There's some things in there. You can have them. Thank you for bringing her back to me.
I'm going
Okay,
to.
hold on, buddy. We're not getting to that point. We're gonna get you.
Is it
to a better
okay for
state.
me to move Luvash and the other Vistani to like a point away from all the carnage?
Yes. You find one of the wagons looks a little bit better shaped than the others, not as much touched as the others, and you kind of rest them up against the wagon. You can actually put them in the wagon, and they kind of rest there.
And then while Torhas is going, I'm just going to start like gathering the other Vistani bodies kind of away from Arabelle and just like doing last rites and stuff to them.
Okay. There's only about there's about like 8 or 9 of them that you recognize dead. This wasn't a huge amount of Vistani that lived here, but yeah, there's 8 or 9 of them there, and Luvash, and the other one, he said his name is one sec. Where's his name? Hold on. Aragol? Yeah, Aragol. Aragol. Aragol.
Aragorn?
Aragorn.
How do you spell it?
A-R-R-A-R-R-I-G-A-L. Aragol.
Yeah, I pronounced it same. I thought you were gonna talk about the Worgen guy in WoW, he's spelled not too far from that.
Are you Gull?
Yeah.
Aragol, maybe, yeah.
All right, so I will,
Hmm.
I guess, head down to one of the houses. Is there any house that looks more like?
Most of the houses, yeah, don't look very inviting. Like, it doesn't look like there's any lights on in any of them. You don't like really notice anything, but one house does stand out. It's actually, the lights do look like they're on. You notice as you're walking close, there are sullen gray-cloaked figures, and they all kind of have hoods, and they're just kind of like looking at you from the window, but not like actually, like they just are just kind of staring at you.
All right, I will go up to that house and I'll take off my hood to show my elf ears and knock on the door.
I would like to accompany you to the house as well.
Okay. So you two approach this house, and the cloaked figures, 2 of them stand at the door, and they do greet you.
I've still got like the Strahd puppet on my hand, by the way.
Okay. They... you are outsiders. What do
And
you...
I'll respond in Elvish. Yes, we are new to this. To
You...
Barovia.
They respond in Elvish. What... Where do you hail from?
And Toras kind of leans over to Gizzard, like, do you understand the thing they're saying?
I
They
said,
sound like snakes talking to each other.
so I give the name of my ancestral forest
Mhm.
in Elvish. I don't actually remember the
Oh,
name of it.
yep.
But I say more recently I hail from Daggerford. And then I say perhaps for my companions we should switch to common.
They look at the rest of you. Please, come in. you can meet our leader. And
And before he finishes, he's like, we're actually in a bit of an urgent situation. I was told that you could get some medicine for a friend of ours.
yes, the Vistani, right. Please, if you wouldn't mind coming in.
Yeah, Torhas will go in then.
I will come in.
Thank you for inviting us insiders.
Yes. We have not seen another elf in hundreds of years. And they close the door. Please. They, it's kind of a small room, so you guys are immediately greeted by another individual. He also kind of wears these gray cloak, and he does not take the cloak off. So the other two put their hoods down. He does not, as he kind of looks at you all hesitantly. You say there is danger. What do you speak of?
The
Do you know
Vistani.
what happens? Yeah, do you know what happened to the Vistani cap?
We heard last night there was a commotion. We do not
Do
get
not
in.
go and
No, we do not
check
get
on him?
involved in the Vistani affairs. They are not the most pleasant of people.
Well, regardless, do you have that medicine, though?
They were attacked last night.
Do you know who the Vistani are? You are outsiders. Do you know much
Now
about
we are
them?
insiders. Thank you.
Torhas kind of like holds a finger up to, because they're like, shh.
I'll run my finger across my throat.
He kind of shakes his head.
I am told that they can leave this land at will, unlike the rest of us.
Unlike the rest of us, including my people, the Dusk Elves.
Sorry.
Don't hate on the Dusk Elves, okay?
I'm
I
feeling
didn't
like
say that
I
bad.
didn't even know Dusk Elves existed until you just said it.
Yep. Same.
They are a very special type of elves, specifically to the land of Barovia. Thank you very much.
According to you, all elves are special.
I have a feeling like I remember you talking about Casimir at some point.
Casimir was,
For your
in a
face.
previous life, he was somebody my character was interested in, yes.
God.
I'm going to take a 30-second break to stand up and get some water after that, because I'm feeling real thirsty all of a sudden.
So, there's, you got, well, we'll roleplay it out, but there's something when you guys learn about this, you're gonna be like, what the shit. But anyway.
Oh god, he's so hot.
So,
He's packing a 12-incher.
oh my god, you all are so mean to me.
I didn't
I'm
even
just
see
kidding.
the picture yet. I just saw it.
his dagger. He,
Oh, yeah, big dagger.
the Vistani, they have the power to go in and out of this land. Because
Do you
they,
know how they? Do you know how they accomplished?
yes, because they have a special deal with Strahd himself. They saved, their people saved him many years ago. And as reward, he gives them free roam of his land. They are spies for Strahd. They are not good people.
What do you mean they saved them? Saved him?
It goes beyond my time, and I have lived many, many centuries. This is something that happened many generations ago. It was a promise that Strahd made to the Vistani people.
I could be so mean, but I'm not going to.
Do it.
No, I'll message or I'll say after, but I'm not gonna.
I can provide some help, but know that I do not trust those people. And you should keep an eye out as well. They will rob you in an instant. They will tell anything and everything you say and relay it to Strahd himself. They are not to be trusted. You all... You... Who else is with you from outside of Barovia?
We have a human friend who can like make wings. It's really cool. And then us three.
Yes, we are the only outsiders that are now insiders. Thank you.
I have not seen people like your kind, or any other elves, in many, many years. Last time somebody came, I did not see them again.
What happened to them?
I don't know.
What was their name?
I can't remember. It was so long ago. Sorry, I'm so taken aback by all of you here. I did not expect people to be here. My name is Casimir. Casimir Velikov.
My name is Thurkarel Meliamna.
Thurkarel. Thurkarel of
I am Gizer.
Gizzard.
Oh, sorry. I did not
Am
mean
I
to
there
interrupt.
by now, by the way?
Yes, unless you had anything else you wanted to do,
No,
Arab...
I was just like, I was doing all like the funeral rites and
Yeah.
like getting them all kind of set up. So
Yeah, so you head down, and you two are the two guards at the front let you in, and you see your friends talking to this man who calls himself or this elf that calls himself Casimir.
This is the human Gizzard mentioned, Tira.
Tira.
What?
and bow my head
Oh,
down a
sorry.
little bit.
Sorry.
It is great to meet you all. You come here asking for aid for the Vistani, and I can do what I can to help, I suppose. If that is what you feel is the right thing to do.
I'm just going to quietly say, the Vistani have been nothing but hospitable to us in our time here, or in our dark time in this dark land.
Yes, the people have been very kind to us. I feel like we at least owe it to them to help them out at least in their time of need.
Is it possible that we settle the debate after we've potentially made sure someone doesn't die?
I'm pretty sure, like, I've stabilized them, but they do need more help. Yeah.
Torhaus doesn't know anything about
Okay.
that.
I'm just going to tell them if there's anything you can do to help them. I've used some of my powers to assist, but I'm not sure how much I can do for them.
How do you feel about them setting up camp above your houses? You really should have built your house on the top of the hill first.
There is nothing we can do. We are here to die.
So I'm just going to say, excuse me?
Oh, what?
There is no hope for our people. These houses you see, this is the last of the Dusk Elves, the last of our kind. And we're all much older, and don't have many centuries left. Only a few hundred left. And that'll be the end. He seems very, like, sullen when he speaks to you all, very somber.
I mean, he is talking about his inevitability of death, so
Yeah.
I wouldn't expect to be very cheerful.
The Vistani, they bully us. They steal from us.
This is a no-bully zone.
Is there a particular reason you have your houses set up in a ring around them?
Now, why at the bottom of the hill? You should have built them at the top. It's far more defensible at the top.
The Vistani, they made their camp here, and we have not been able to push them out.
So the camp was here first.
No, we were here first.
So why didn't you build like?
Yeah, why not build the
we're
house
saying.
at the top of the hill first, and then
He looks at you all confused, like, do you think we can just build houses from magic? These houses have
Well,
been
build
here
them from
Oh,
wood and stone?
oh, the house has been here.
for centuries. This is how we've lived.
How many of you are left?
Let me just check if I actually...
Don't know by heart.
There are not many of us. Strahd cursed our people. One of his right-hand men slaughtered all of the women and children in our race. And there was only us left. About 10 of us left.
Who is his right-hand man that slaughtered you? Is he not alive any longer?
His name is Rahudin. He too is an elf, and he serves Strahd. He is pompous and righteous in his own ways. He was the one that murdered all of us.
What was his name again? Sorry.
Rahudin.
Ahudin. Is it I-N at the end, or
Yeah.
Ahudin?
Ode.
Is Rahudin a dusk elf like you, or another kind of elf?
Actually, I think he's just a regular... Oh, I spelled his
These
name
elves
wrong,
look like-
actually.
Oh.
It's...
And do
Is it
these
Uden?
elves
Yeah.
have like
Oh, wow.
Oh, he is a dusk elf, yes.
dusk
Yes.
Okay. Do they have like different? Are they like gray skin? Do they look
Yes.
different than
Their
normal
skin,
elves?
their skin is more, so you notice this, Gizzard. Their skin looks very different from, Thurkarel. They have kind of darker, they have like darker purplish skin. It's like a gray with like a purple tint to it. And they all have the same color skin. They do in a way look similar to Thurkarel, but they just have some different features and a different tone of skin. Yeah, Casimir explains to you that there are no women and children left in his clan or in his kind, and that there's only a limited number of them left, waiting to die alone.
Now I
Oh,
see
so
why.
that's why Tracy wanted. Yeah, exactly. I'm a third crow. Why couldn't you be a woman?
But yes, if you have any medicine with the
Um,
Vistani, we owe them a small debt. Don't mind.
I will help you all if... Tell me, what is your purpose here?
I want Strahd dead.
Yes. If you promise to help with Vistani, we will see that there is a change in leadership of these lands.
I'll say I was originally here to out against my will, but I'm not really I'm not too keen on this Strahd character. I wouldn't
I get-
mind seeing him taken down. However, I'm not sure if we'll be able to accomplish it.
He needs to be replaced.
I
This
came here
is
to this land to hunt wolves, but I'm in accord with them. Strahd must die.
Oh yeah, the wolves.
this this gives me hope for the first time in quite some time. Thank you.
A new hope.
If you do go to Castle Ravenloft, I ask for my people if you could destroy Rahadin. And there's also one thing. My sister. I believe Strahd is keeping her there.
Does she have red hair?
She does not. She has black
She'll
hair.
be fine.
She
You said there were no female elves left. Dusk elves left. If she is your sister.
She is the reason. Please keep this between us and don't mention this to any of the other Dusk Elves if you come across them, but she is the reason why we are scorned. She wanted to become a bride of Strahd. Despite all of us telling her not to, she went there anyway.
At the beach.
My people wanted to stone her and kill her. I did not want to. She's my sister, my flesh and blood. They wanted to scorn her for being with Strahd. This angered Strahd himself, and he ordered all of our people... He ordered our bloodline to be stopped. I believe that they all think she to be dead, but I see her in my dreams. I believe she's still alive. I believe
What is her
she's... Patrina is her name. I believe she's kept in the castle still. If she is there, please have her return to me.
You still trust her even though she betrayed herself to Strahd?
I believe there is still a light in her. Although nobody else does. She's my sister. I can't just leave her to die with Strahd.
Is there any token or anything that you could offer us that she would know came from you, so that if we do encounter her, she would?
I do actually. If you can, he hands you a ring. Specifically to you, Thurkarel, he gives you this. I trust you with this. And he hands you a ring of warmth, actually, specifically. It has these like purple markings on it, similar to the markings that are on his robe and the decor that you see within his house. But yeah, he hands you the ring. If you show this to her, she will know.
I will keep it safe until such time as we can show it to her.
Thank you. And he goes into his belongings. He pulls out a healer's kit. And actually, I'm trying to see if there might be anything else that he can... He also has a few potions. He has 2 potions of greater healing and a healer's kit.
Wow.
This is all I have to offer for the Vistani. You guys clearly see that there's more in there, but he's not. he only hands you guys 2.
2 potions of greater healing.
That should be fun.
Healer's kit. I'll go ahead and grab the healer's kit, I guess, unless Tira wanted to grab it. I'll take that as a no, so I'll grab it.
I'll take one of the potions.
Okay. Please. We can offer them one of the homes to rest and heal up if needed, but if there's a way that you can encourage them to leave this hill, it would be much appreciated. And just
I was
leave us
going
be.
to suggest they spend at least a few days in Daraki. Rest up, see what they think.
Well, we may want to also. I don't know if there's a way to consecrate the bodies or something so they can't come back, but we've seen other corpses come back.
We can always burn them.
We should probably
Is that more
ask.
effective than burying?
We should probably ask the living ones first.
Well, I mean, my first thought was to eat them, but
I think we've gone over. That's not a good idea.
yeah, I went with the second option, which was burn them. I thought you guys might be more agreeable to burning than eating.
We should still ask the people whose friends and family were burning, potentially, what they would want. Since no one's taken the other potion, I guess I'll take the second one.
Okay.
Okay. And I will thank Casimir for his help.
He says to you in Elvish, please find Petrina.
I will. And I exit.
Okay.
As we're walking away from the house, I would say, I would mention that it's a shame that she willingly sealed her own fate by siding with Strahd.
Perhaps. Perhaps she has had second thoughts since then.
I don't know if I trust her. I would not release her.
We have to try. This could... And perhaps one of the other Dusk Elves could marry her and their line could be continued.
In some cultures, you could just have multiple men, different bloodlines. That way all of them continue instead of just one of them.
It seems that he is more forgiving of his sister than the Vistani.
Or the rest, more so the rest. Oh, forgiving of a sister in the Vistani, I see what you're saying. Yeah.
It's a bit hypocritical, no? Although I don't know if Wizard knows that word.
Gives like hip. What's that word?
What's a synonym for hypocritical? I don't know. Anyway,
Two-faced?
An elf giver in D&D lore.
Yeah, she's no. Where's that Two-Face? Oh, Two-Face isn't really a synonym, is it? Anyway, like I said, it doesn't matter. We don't need to talk about it.
He doesn't know the word anyway, so.
Exactly.
All right, so I would, I think at this point, go up and ask the Vistani what they want done with the bodies.
We can give them a proper Vistani burial.
I believe that we should burn the bodies so that they do not return.
They look a little uneasy at that. We do not burn our bodies.
that's why you guys have such an issue with Strahd. The zombies and things. You should start burning them.
We have no issue with Strahd. What are you talking about?
Well, other people do.
Perhaps the Vistani.
Do you have an issue with Strahd? Luvash.
Kind of a jerk, yeah.
He's attacked us a few times. For no reason.
He has been
Seems to be
nothing but
amusing.
kind to us. Perhaps you should join us and get on the right foot with Strahd.
Torhaz kind of speaks to going. Honestly, he's been kind of following us and purposefully getting in our way. So I don't
He
think
almost
that's
injured
really.
Arabelle.
That's true.
Arabelle, has Strahd done anything to hurt you? She looks kind of shocked for a second and then shakes her head. No.
We said tried, not succeeded.
He hasn't done anything to hurt me.
I'm just going to point out, had Shroud finished us off as he intended to, would Arabelle have made it back here safely?
She would have been left out into the forest for herself.
Well, that is not Strahd's fault. It is...
Whose fault is it then?
What did happen to you, Arabelle? That man took me. Where is he? I will finish him myself.
Oh, you mean? And he kind of looks to Arabelle. Is I already took care of that guy. Don't worry.
I'm just going to look at Toros. What do you mean took care of him? I thought you said he escaped in the night.
Yeah, I might have lied. He's sitting
escaped
at the bottom,
bottom
of
of the
the
lake.
lake. Yes.
You murdered an unarmed man in cold blood?
An unarmed
murder
man.
is a bit of a strong word.
An unarmed man that took my daughter? He deserves to
Yes.
die.
Justice.
He
to
was
him.
trying to.
He gives a
he was
thumb
trying
up to the
drown
guy.
her.
We brought justice to him.
Yes. And
worry.
despite the things you said about Strahd, you did bring my daughter back. So for that, I owe you. If you go in the disheveled wagon over there, there may be some things that you can take for yourself on your journey.
Are you feeling okay though? Are you good?
Yes. Got a
We
healer's
got-
kit and some potions from the elves.
The kit might be helpful.
Do you want me to administer the kit, or do you just want to take it?
I can take care of it myself.
Okay. I'll hand him the heal.
Thank you all.
What are your plans from here? Are you going to go and meet with the other Vistani camp, or
Perhaps that is best. To leave
Maybe
this behind.
Maybe you want to spend a few nights inside of the walls of Valaki while you regain your strength.
The people of Valaki do not like our kind very much, but that might be wise. Want to hunt down this
The
thing.
elves didn't seem. Yeah, the elves did not seem to like you very much either, to be honest.
Well, that is just a shame then. And he laughs. I wonder why.
They said that your people helped Strahd ages ago.
We did indeed.
That's why you can pass between his realm. What did you help him with?
It is something that goes back long beyond our time. But our people are blessed by Strahd.
What do you mean blessed? Aside from passing between the shroud.
That is exactly it.
Oh,
People like yourself, you cannot leave. People like us, we can. We can go where we want on anywhere in this land along the coast. My brother, he has been to many cities along the Sword Coast.
Say, what do you? When was the last time you left the area?
Oh, I myself, I do not leave much. I stay here. My daughter, she has not left either. We enjoy our quaint lives here in Barovia. Nobody really harms us. Until
except for this
recently,
tiger.
we will find it and find the source of it. But
Can't
our
remember who saw the tiger when we were watching doing the watches. Who was awake? I don't think Torhas was. Because we were like resting, right? And someone was watching and they saw it. Is it Tira?
Say
Wait,
again.
Who saw the tiger?
The other Aragal.
No, like we saw the saber-toothed tiger.
I
when
thought
we
that
couldn't sleep.
That was in
I
town.
thought
That was in Valakai.
Oh, it's right.
Octavio
It
unleashed
was
the
yeah.
saber-toothed
That's right.
tiger.
Yeah.
Octavio did. That's interesting. All right, never mind.
All right,
Never
I
mind.
will go to the wagon he indicated and check out what's there, since he said there were things that could help us.
Okay. 1 sec. Let me pull this up really quick. You look in through the shambles of this wagon, and you do see some things. Inside the wagon, there is. Where is it? 1 sec. Okay. You find an iron chest containing 650 gold pieces, a wooden throne with gold inlay and decorative stones. It looks rather expensive. There is a small wooden box containing 12 potions. And yep, that's it.
So there's a wooden throne in there?
A wooden throne with gold inlay and decorative stones. I don't know what that means.
Yeah, I'm guessing just
Inlay,
like a big
inlay is
chair.
like the line work that
Ah.
can like go around. It's like think of it like beveling.
Oh, so
It
maybe
can
that's the
also be,
wagon
like, an
itself.
imprint.
Also,
Read
there's
the
a rolled
description
up.
again?
So there is a wooden throne with gold inlay and decorative stones.
Yeah, that's on the chair.
And there's also a rolled up 10-foot square rug with an exquisite unicorn motif. Oop, I also included how much they're worth.
So yeah, an inlay can be like a
Just a
set of
chair. I
shapes.
so want to take that throne. I want to take that throne and put it in our cart. Torhas, do you want to help me move the throne into our cart?
You want that whole chair?
Ismark,
Yeah.
will that make room? Will that take up a lot of space in the cart? Maybe the Vistani will let us take an extra wagon.
Ooh, that's a good idea too.
Do we really want to be wrangling that many wagons? Actually, it might make sense. There's a lot of us. 2
Yes.
wagons would be nice.
I would also ask while we're here if Luvash has any extra food, because I don't know about you guys, but I'm really low on rations.
True.
Really been keeping track of rations, to be honest.
Honestly, I generally don't for D&D just because I just feel like
You don't want to deal with the mundane.
I don't want to
nature.
deal with the So
Okay.
I would say that like he does offer you food, so you guys have enough to sustain for some time now.
Are there like any horses around that we could take as well, or have we
Uh,
decided to take another cart, or have all the horses been slain?
You don't notice any horses
Or run
nearby.
away? Okay.
But Luvash does say if you guys want to take a wagon, you're free to do so if you want to fix it up.
I don't know if we can take a wagon with how many horses we have now. I think we probably only have 2 for our carts.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think the horses would be very happy trying to pull a cart by themselves.
You guys, you do notice the Vistani wagons are actually a little bit bigger than Rictavio's wagon. So if you wanted to
Perhaps we
swap
could swap?
wagons, you could do that, and it might more comfortably fit the whole party.
I want that throne.
All right.
So if you want to just take the wagon with the throne, he will allow you to do so.
And can we look at the potions and try to, like, without drinking the whole potion, is there like a way where we can like sniff it or something to try to figure out what type of potion they are?
Roll a... I'm trying to think what the right roll for this would be. Either Arcana or... Roll an Arcana check.
Yeah, I do
10.
Arcana for my.
You
or
don't...
medicine,
You're
depending
not...
on the potion.
You're not sure. You don't detect any magical properties to this potion.
What is it? Do you spend anything?
I don't know.
You don't know, as in you don't know what it smells like, or you don't smell anything.
It's got kind of a sugary smell. I don't know.
Yeah, it actually does. Like it does have like a smell to it, but it's not. Yeah, you don't detect anything magical.
What color are the potions?
They look red.
Is it all the same color or multiple colors?
They're all the same color, red.
Can I go ahead and sniff one of them too?
Yeah, roll an Arcana check or medicine, I guess, whichever you think.
I'm gonna take medicine if you're gonna let me roll medicine.
Sure. Yeah, these don't seem like they actually have any sort of medical or magical properties from your just quick smell. They just look like liquid. Plain old liquid.
I just want to taste one of them. I don't want to drink the whole thing. I just want to taste it.
Do you just like take a little lick, like a little?
Yeah, just like a little drop on my finger or something like that, and then lick it.
It tastes like water.
Taurus, can I drink it? I'm kind of thirsty.
I think it's sugar water.
Maybe it's holy water.
That'll do.
Can you put,
Taurus,
I don't think
try
you
to
can
grab
put
the-
sugar in holy water. I don't think it works that.
Taurus, in an attempt to.
No,
Torhas-
we
the
say
potion.
definitively, if you put sugar in water, it takes the holiness away.
Taurus, you drink it and it tastes like sugar water. Nothing happens.
It's kind of sugary, yeah. He's kind of like
During
sitting there
your
waiting for
rest.
something to happen.
During your next long rest, make a Constitution saving.
Hmm.
You have the shits for the next 3 hours. Hey, he hands the potion back. Nope, nothing.
Proper way to fight Strahd.
But yes, perhaps we can start loading our stuff into the new wagon that's larger.
Yeah, let's take the potions anyways, even if they're not useful. Maybe we can trade them or something. I don't know.
And you said you found some gold there, Carl. How much did you find? What's
This
on that?
is what, 650, I think.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
That
650.
is what it is. Is that what you're telling everybody to?
Yep.
Yeah, I'm not going to steal from the party. I'll steal from
Okay.
other people, but not from.
All right, so that's 162 gold and 5 silver for everyone.
Oh, you also find in there a trap. It's not a set trap. It's a trap that you could set yourself. A poison needle trap.
What did you say? 162 gold. What was the
I
split?
believe 162 gold and 5 silver. Yeah, I think so.
100 each.
Yeah,
Yeah.
650 gold, dude.
Okay.
Man, I could
We
buy so
haven't
many
found
things from Blisky's shop
shit.
from this.
We haven't found much gold till that, so
Sure.
Yep.
We also haven't found anything really to spend it where it's not expensive.
yeah. But yeah, I totally want that throne. That is my throne.
You are the king.
Oh God.
I don't think
Is
I've
he though?
ever mentioned to you guys anything about the king thing, by the way.
Don't think so either.
Oh, okay.
I don't think I've mentioned to you guys as my character the king thing. That is his own deal.
It's his own personal journey.
I mean, there's been a few times whenever I've implied that I'm the leader, but other than that, I haven't said it.
All right, so let's take a break here as you guys finish loading up the new wagon. And, yeah, taking all the goodies that the Vistani offered you for saving Arabelle. So, BRB, everybody.
All right.
BRB chat. Thanks for hanging out. We'll back.
I'm back.
Hey Tracy, check the Discord.
Oh, Blinsky's shop. Oh, I love it.
Dude, the Forgotten Assets thing is so good.
Wow.
There's so much detail.
That's so OP.
I couldn't decide on a good floor though. I kind of don't like the harsh orange.
I think it's not bad. I'm gonna.
Nice.
Yeah, that's pretty awesome.
Nice,
I'll-
nice chair. I
oh.
like the chair more than whatever else you're doing.
Oh, the throne.
Focus on the chair.
The dead
Yeah.
center.
Yeah, the orange is a little bit bright. I got like right as you were
Maybe
saying
like a
that, so.
brown.
Yeah, so the thing is you can't. Yeah, I guess they
Oh,
added
it's
a thing
not
called.
colorable, right?
Yeah, they added a thing called patterns for Dungeon Draft, and it's basically floors but not floors.
Hmm.
I don't get the difference between it. But yeah,
Why not just use the default or whatever? Doesn't look too bad.
oh, you mean what comes with Dungeon Draft? It
Yeah.
just doesn't. It doesn't fit the color palette. It's really, or art style. I mean, sorry. Here. Oh wait, you can't color patterns. Let me do this.
So, before we continue, I want you guys to know that all of the lore about the Dusk Elves is 100% canon to the book. And that I did not make up, like, in my weird fan fiction world, that there's only male Dusk Elves left. That is 100% canon.
I mean, I don't
And Patrina as well.
anybody actually, yeah, I don't think anybody actually thought, but we have to give you shit.
I know. It's just, okay, so this was really a meme when we were playing our first time, because I made a female drow, a female elf, who made her way to this village. And this is the first time these elves are seeing a female elf in years, and they know their bloodline is, like, about to be wiped out. So
they're just like,
they're just
"Hey,
like,
how you do it?"
yeah, so like Casimir is like a woman, like, like, so he's like trying to be super nice to my character, and she's like kind of confused, and then he explains everything, and it's like, oh, so yeah, it became a meme, and like George was like, I did not make this shit up, like this is he's like, when I read this chapter, I was like, oh no, because he knew like my thirsty ass is gonna be like, see all these
over this.
these poor helpless elves who need help, and like my character felt compelled to. She ended up not staying with the Dusk Elves, by the way. In the end, she stayed with Ismark.
What a character development.
Yeah, but
You overcame your thirst for other thirst.
she was like,
Perfect thirst.
so my character was already like developing a relationship with Ismark, and then she met the Dusk Elves, and like she went back to visit them a few times, and it was like there was like drama in the party. I was like, oh man, like I could like cheat on Ismark right now. It was messed up. There was some drama in our Curse of Strahd campaign, but I didn't. I stayed true to Ismark till the end. So anyway, yeah, so I just found it funny that you guys were like, are there supposed to be elves there? Like, did you just add those in? I'm like, yes, there are. Okay.
Right. We don't give you shit, then what's the point?
It's true. This is very true.
We literally called this Thirst of Strahd. So.
Yeah, exactly.
True.
It was thirst in many ways. Strahd himself is thirsty as hell, so it's a perfect name for
Redheads,
the.
apparently.
Yeah, it's
Barely.
yeah. The minute freaking Tira walked into the realm, he was like, "Who is this?"
Swipe right.
Yeah.
swipe left. Ooh, who's this?
Yeah, yeah. But there are reasons behind that, and you guys will learn in due time.
Don't worry.
We don't
Is
care
Strahd
about
a
lore.
nice
We
guy?
care about banging.
You see a nice guy. You know what? You'll have to come to that conclusion at some point. But yeah.
Is he an incel?
He's an incel.
Oh my god. Oh, I cannot comment just yet.
The answer is yes. So I'm gonna go onto the r/nice guys and post a picture of Strahd. Nothing.
Yeah.
The
Oh.
ultimate incel. Or sorry, the ultimate nice guy.
Oh. Poor
I was
Strahd.
overwhelmed.
No, I think Isaac was the incel.
Yeah. Oh my god. Oh, Isaac. Okay. But anyway, you guys return to Arabelle to her beat up father. He thanked you guys and
Oh, are we back? Like back?
yes.
Oh,
Oh, is everybody back?
yeah.
back.
The only person-
I just wasn't.
Okay.
I didn't realize
Cool.
that we made the transition. over.
Sorry. I was like, but anyway, transition time. But yeah, is there
volunteer to take the to Vistani and Arabelle in our cart to at least to the gates of
Valaki?
Valaki. You want to
They
sit in the throne, Arabelle?
she's like, "Oh, yeah. But I sit on that throne all the time. It's not that special."
Wizard's face is just like blank.
It doesn't
He does not understand. Like the throne's not special. What are you talking about?
I mean, after a
Throne is
while, you just it's fun to sit in it, but then it gets kind of old. I don't know.
Don't understand.
I guess not.
If you don't want to sit in it, I'll sit.
You can sit in it.
Okay, yeah.
You look
Hop
funny
on the throne.
sitting on the
What do you
big.
mean?
I don't know. I'm just used to seeing like my dad or a Vistani sitting on it. It doesn't. I don't know. It just looks funny when you sit on it.
I'm watching you, Annabelle.
So the plan is to go to Valaki.
Were we gonna help them either bury or burn the bodies first?
Actually, they don't. It's nice of you to offer to take us back to Valaki, but we can handle ourselves from here and our people. We thank you for at least bringing us back to health.
So you are not seeking the safety of Anarchy for at least a few days?
No, we do not fit well in those cities. We prefer our wagons and moving around across the land. Do not do well in the city.
About a week ago, there was another encampment to the east. You might want to
Ah, yes, I
go
know.
there.
I know of that one. That may be where we take ourselves next. You're right. It is the closest one. So perhaps we will go there. But we thank you for your hospitality and bringing back Arabelle.
What do you plan to do
And we
with
thank
your...
you for the gifts you've given us.
Yes. What do you plan to do with your family and friends?
Well, we all stay very close together. Our family, our culture is everything to us. Nobody can take that from us here in Barovia. We will return to our people. To another camp.
I meant the
Oh,
dead
the
here.
dead here. We will bring them back with us. We may have to make a few trips, but we will bring the bodies with us.
Suppose I can't stop you, so
Yes.
that is what you think is the best idea, then I wish you luck in your travels.
Thank you again for all of your help.
I am just glad that Arabelle is back with your family.
I'm gonna miss you guys. Thanks.
Toros kind of pats her on the head.
I'm going
We'll
to
miss you too.
wave goodbye.
Good luck, she waves.
I wave goodbye as well.
I am going to hand her Strahd doll.
Thanks. And they look, the Luvash and the other guy, I can't remember his name, Aragol.
Aragol.
They look kind of confused. Where did you get this item?
Oh, it's Belinsky's. He has many fun toys. It's in Veliki. Are you sure you don't want to go?
No, I think we are all right. But
Our party member just made a thing of
yeah, she takes the doll and thanks you, and she's thrilled.
Ah, that pains me so much to give that away. she enjoyed it.
Yeah, break that out at the dinner party with Strahd.
He is the ancient. He is the land. She says. He is- And she moves his little mouth.
Confused.
I am the ancient. I am the land. She moves its mouth.
Maybe don't say. Okay, have fun.
Oh, you just left a straw doll with a young girl. That's great. Okay.
Gotta be the next bride of Strahd. Right?
Yeah. Oh my god. Okay. So do you guys make your way away from the camp?
Yep.
I'd want to swing by Veliki at the very least. To just go yell at the guardsmen.
Okay. You guys make your way north a bit, heading back toward Valaki, the city. You do see not 2, but 4 guards per post. So you see them at the west gate. Did I move it? Yeah, I did. They
Oh, okay. There's N9. So that's where we were. Was N9 over
oh
the
yes.
bottom left?
Yep. I totally forgot about that. Yep, that's where the
Yeah,
camp is.
I never even saw that.
Yeah, that's the first time I think I've seen that too.
Yeah.
'Cause I think before you were saying it was like somewhere down
Yeah, I don't know
south.
why. Yeah, I totally missed it myself, actually.
Everybody missed it.
Yeah.
Guess.
Yeah, I didn't
Cool.
see it either.
Are you sure you just didn't like re-upload this map or something? Because I don't think
I
it was there
swear it's
before.
there.
There's still Kappa in the chat and burn it all down.
Yeah.
And
Well, that's on top of the map. It's not part of the map.
it's true. Anyway, we go to the western gate, and there's 4 guards. So I guess they've increased their guards since the last time we were here. Maybe that's our fault. Maybe not. I don't know.
Could be the death of Lady Wachter. Means they can be more forceful on the inside. You know, Iron Fist.
I don't know if anybody else wants to say anything to the guards or do anything.
I'd like to find out, is the Baron treating the people better? But I don't know how we get a good answer from that from the guards.
How are things in town? Just say from the back of the cart. Well, yelling from the cart as I'm sitting in my throne.
They look at you puzzled. Things
You look
are
pretty good in a throne, Gizzard.
Thank you.
things are fine, I suppose. Not.
How is the Baron doing? I see there's more people here guarding the gate since the last time that I was.
Yes. He has instructed not to let anybody in. On any circumstances.
But that makes sense.
But he's doing well, I suppose. There's not much... Not much has been going on.
Let's see. Is there another festival coming up?
Yeah, I was about to ask that.
No festivals.
Interesting. Have you heard anything about the coffin maker? Has he returned to town? I know he disappeared.
No. And even if he did, he would not be allowed in. There could be something wrong with him.
It's fair. Oh, if I have any other questions, I don't know if anybody else does.
You asked all the questions I was exactly gonna ask. Almost
How's
word for word.
Blinsky doing?
Business
Is it going
is...
well for him?
No.
Nope.
Oh, no?
No. His one customer is gone. Isaac.
Oh, Isaac.
Do you
no.
think you could come to the gate so we could like see him? Maybe that'll cheer him up.
No. The guards. Yeah, actually the only other business that he had was making decorations and stuff for the festivals, which also the
Oh,
Baron's
no.
not. So he basically has no business now.
Oh no, he ruined somebody's life.
Blinsky.
Could
How
you
fares
do us a
Father Lucian?
favor?
How
Yes.
fares Father Lucian?
I'll let
He-
that girl talk first.
He is doing well. The church has been about the same. It is good.
Do you know if Milavoy used to work at the church? How is his family?
I do not know much about his family. You all ask a lot of questions.
We have friends in town. I understand you can't let us in, but we want to know what's going on in town.
Sorry, I missed the part where he said he can't let us in.
Yeah, he said that he's not allowing anybody in.
Yeah, it's closed to everybody.
Oh, okay.
He
I was
won't,
about to
he
say,
won't bring
like,
Blinsky to us.
does he know who we are?
I don't think so. He hasn't mentioned anything of the
Well, and
sort.
I think
so.
we're also at kind of a distance, right?
I mean,
Yeah.
not right up next to him, but I
Oh,
assume
okay.
we pulled up kind of close with our cart.
Maybe like 10
Just
feet
kind of
away.
hanging out, harassing the guard.
Mm-hmm.
Um,
Can I ask him how the town's been since the festival?
I mean, it's kind of what we're asking.
Yeah.
It's-
curious.
Been okay, I guess. Things
How
are...
are you doing, Fred? What's your name?
Yes.
My name is...
Random name, I'm looking up at a sheet real quick.
I was
I'm not
tempted to ask
I'm
that
just
too, but I'm
going-
like, I'm not gonna put her on this.
I was just gonna ask, has the Baron laid off some of the festivals?
Yeah, they
Yeah,
said
there's
no more
Yes.
festivals.
Okay. And are the people being taken care of?
I suppose we're doing
Oh,
all
yeah.
right.
But yeah.
He
Let's
seems just...
pretend I got that name.
He doesn't seem overly excited or anything. He just seems pretty mundane, I guess.
Well, that's a good sign. Mundane is good. Mundane.
It
means-
is... Mundane is good
Sad
for
and depressed.
Barovia. Yeah.
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 Mundane is good.
I mean, I don't know if you heard Sabine, but Blinsky has been basically
No, I
ruined.
heard that part because of that, but I had a phone call, so I was like muted. I heard bits and pieces through the headphones while I was talking on the phone. I was like, all right, let me make sure I got all this. All right, we're cool. Sorry to interrupt.
I don't know if I trust this guard.
Yeah, I don't know if I trust John's Jameson.
John's
Never got
James.
a name.
John Smith.
John Smith.
You know, I've learned that you should never trust anyone with 2 first names. Sadly, I've also learned that apparently in my native language, I have 2 first names.
Rip.
So now I can't
Wait.
trust myself.
Can't trust yourself.
Get him out of here.
But you're like one of the most trustworthy people I know.
I literally told my dad I don't trust anyone with 2 first names, and my dad just looked at me. He's like, "You do realize you have 2 first names, right?"
Oh shit.
I'm like, "What?"
That's all I'll
Well, I was more so talking about. I wanted to make sure that the boy's family was doing okay. I don't know if I would just want to like give money to this guard though to give to the family.
Well, I mean, I have Heinrich's bag, but yeah, again, I'd rather give it to them directly rather than through the guard.
Yeah.
That's why I wanted to have Blinsky come out. I was going to give Blinsky gold. Cheer him up.
I know that you said that Borinsky couldn't come out, but could you fetch Father Lucian for us? We wish to be a blessing for our journey.
I'm sorry. No one is allowed in or out of the city. It is too dangerous.
No, they don't. They don't have to leave. Like you bring them to the gate,
Just bring them
and
to
they
the
stay
gate.
on their side of the gate.
Roll a
Just wish
per-
to speak with him.
one of you, whoever wants to be the official roller here, roll a persuasion
I would
check.
like to. I would like to.
Yeah, Gizzard. He's got the
23.
charisma.
23. Okay.
Yeah. Does that apply both to Blinsky and Lucian? 'Cause it's the same argument.
The guards
I
like
mean, if we get Lucian, then I
Yeah, he
trust
can- he
Lucian
gets
to
it, okay.
disperse gold.
Yeah, I agree.
the guards like just look at each other. They look like kind of confused, but sigh. It's
Also ask
getting
Lucian about things now too.
it's getting late. So make it quick. I will fetch him.
Thank you very much.
And the guard takes about 10 minutes. The guard goes and tries to fetch Father Lucian. And returns. As you guys all kind of awkwardly stare at the other guards who are just looking at you as you guys wait. And
I'll mention to one of the guards that we're waiting with. So, do you have a girlfriend?
I was thinking of making this.
there is a girl, but I wouldn't call her my girlfriend.
Oh.
Oh,
I
so
understand.
you guys like mate, but you don't like see each other, right?
Mate. We
He's a
don't
Dragonborn.
mate. I just am friendly with her.
More than friends, friendly.
No, not yet.
Would you like it to be that way?
Get her a flower.
He blushes.
Perhaps you should buy her something from Belinsky's.
That shop doesn't have much romantic items. There's just cheap junk toys.
Hey, watch
Hey.
your mouth.
Yeah, exactly. They're not junk to him, and that's what makes him special.
Would you give one of Blinsky's toys to a girl you cared about?
Sure, because it means that you were thinking of her. It's the intent that matters.
I'm just like remembering now though that all of the things that he had in his shop were really fucking weird.
Oh yeah.
He looks
Except
to
the executioner, Cal.
Tiro.
Yeah, that's totally normal.
He looks
Yeah,
to Tira. Would
Good
you
anyway.
would you like one of his would you be happy with a gift from Blinsky's
Me?
shop?
Me?
Yes.
Saying conceptually, like
Let me just put this out there. Tira has actually never been to Blinsky's shop.
that's
I
true.
was always somewhere
It's
else.
true.
So I never actually, because
I will
if I
ask-
was in Blinsky's shop,
That's true.
Izek would not have found out about Arena.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
I would ask Tira, would you like a toy from an admirer?
I mean, I would guess it would depend on the kind of toy it was.
But you would say it's mostly about the intent, right?
I
Like
mean,
the
if it's
thinking of
from
you.
someone I know, maybe yeah, but
I
It
mean,
all
this girl
usually
does
depends.
know you, right, Mister? I don't know your name, Mister Guard. Girl
Um,
knows who you
John
are, right?
James.
John is my name.
of course.
I mean, we do kind of talk a little bit, but also she's taken, so it's probably not going to work out.
Have you tried posting to incel forums yet?
To what?
I would
Uh,
not
Do you
be
know what a
surprised.
forum is? It's like a collection of people in like a circular place.
What do you? Yeah, you gather. You gather
Is
in
it-
like the town square for a forum.
Yeah, we have those. They're like festivals, right?
Not so fun.
Kinda. Think more like a
More boring.
like. Oh, I guess they have a baron, so this doesn't exist. So imagine you go into the baron's estate, but like all of or most of the citizens go in there, and you all talk about like what you want to change, or you can just talk about anything.
Cool. Well, maybe I'll organize one with the guards.
That sounds like a
guards
great
forum
idea.
A guards forum would be a good idea where you guys can make friends in the guard. Maybe there's another girl in the guard. Are there any girls in the guard that you know?
There's one girl, yeah. She's nice.
Now, if you make a guard forum, maybe you can get to know her better.
Yeah.
Oh, and then maybe take her to Brensky's, buy her a nice toy, and things will be great. And you can forget about that other girl.
How could I forget about her?
The girl,
So you have the other guard
the
girl.
girl you can't forget of. What's her name?
He I
Such a
don't
jerk asking Tracy to make up names on the spot.
Karen.
No. Her name is Lydia.
That's a nice name.
She sworn to carry your burdens.
Roll intelligence checks.
Everyone?
Yeah.
Wait, no, that was plural. Okay. Oh shit! Did I close? No, I didn't. I thought I closed roll 20 accidentally. What? Just an intelligence check?
Yeah.
That's a nice name.
I got a 14, man. It's pretty good.
Gizzard, you know a Lydia.
Noah Lydia? You have any notes on Lydia?
It's the Baron's wife.
Oh!
Yikes.
Oh, Lydia!
Oh, you know her?
She's beautiful. How could I not?
Wait, didn't
be
the
honest,
wife
she
die?
is-
Oh shit!
Yeah, she died.
She's dead.
Let's
Oh,
save her. Let's
sorry.
save her.
I meant Danica. Sorry.
Danica,
Oh,
that's
the
I
innkeeper's
know
wife.
it.
The innkeeper's
Right,
wife.
is-
The innkeeper's wife, not Lydia.
Good save. I was like, wait a minute.
I'm like,
Danica.
save her.
Rip
I mean,
Lydia.
hey, maybe she's into dead women. Like,
Oh,
I've heard more fucked
uh,
up things about this region, so I'll let it pass.
There are some people in Barovia that are into that. So
We had a creepy old drunk dude try to do probably bad things with the woman, the girl.
yeah.
Like, could gone worse.
Danica, you mean the innkeeper?
Yes. Every time I go there, she's so kind and so
She was very nice.
yes, she is. She makes my dull days have some sunlight in them. She is the one thing I look forward to at the end of the day is going to the Blue Water Inn and seeing her.
you seen any like gloves crawling around over there, or
Not that I know of.
I think she would really appreciate it if you found a glove crawling around and killed it.
you killed, yes, the glove? She will love you forever.
Okay. What is this
I
glove?
guarantee it. I mean, it's a glove that like walks around on its fingers, and be careful. Like, make sure you watch your eyes though. It likes to go for the eyes.
Okay.
It's a glove that moves by itself.
Yes, yes.
Okay.
You manage to find it and kill it and bring it to her. She will love you forever. I guarantee it.
He looks confused. And it's at this point.
Where is your friend, by the way?
At this point, the other guard comes back with Father Lucian on the other side of the gate. I recognize all of you.
I would hope so.
You've come back.
We're just passing by. How do you know how Milavoy's family is doing?
Well, I've
Do you
taken them
tabs on
in
them?
to the church. Yes, they are with the God, I can't remember his name, the other boy. Yeska.
I have something for them, and I'll bring over the sack of Heinrich's money and
Oh,
Ooh,
hand that
okay.
to him.
How much money was that?
I honestly don't know. I just marked it as sack of Heinrich's money.
oh, you. This is so kind of you. Thank you. I will be sure to give it to them. Thank you.
And kind of while I'm close, I'm going to ask him, have the execution stopped?
They have, for now. I'm hopeful that it will continue to be this way, but the Baron has been locked up at his home since the incidents happened, and there hasn't been much activity here. I hope it stays that way, though. We shall see.
Quiet is good.
Yes, quiet is good for once. I just hope it stays this way.
As do I, my friend. Do you happen to know Blinsky very well?
I know of Blinsky, yes. Wouldn't say I know him well.
How is he doing?
Oh, he does not leave his shop at all. I mean, he's never been to the church. I don't really know how he's doing, to be completely honest. He keeps himself locked up in there.
We were talking to the guard while waiting for you, and kind of talking before waiting for you as well. He said that he doesn't get too much business anymore.
No one has need for such strange, unique toys in Valaki.
Please give, hopefully, so that he doesn't go hungry at the very least. I'm going to hand him 15 gold. Please give this
Huh.
to Blinsky.
That-
And hopefully it will tide him over for at least a little while.
That is very kind of you. You all are very kind people. This gives me hope for this land. For people as generous as yourself to be here. Thank you.
And are there any other problems in town currently? I mean, I know you said it was quiet, but everything else is good?
Things have been good. The bones have not left our sight, and the church is at peace, and it seems things are rather quiet and peaceful here for now.
I'm just gonna ask, has Vasily von Holtz returned here?
I have not seen Vasily in town.
And more importantly,
yes.
yes, I'm going to say, be wary of him.
Yes, I will tell to the guards, do not allow him. I mean, I know you are not letting anyone enter into the town, but if he even appears in town and you are aware of it, you should. I don't even know what you should do.
Do not invite him in. Actually, no, that's meta. I didn't say that.
I do not even know what we should do, but he is evil, to say the least. He is possibly working with Strahd. Well, yes, well,
I'm just going to tell
Very
him he is a creature.
I don't know
of
how much-
evil. And I'm going to just say, Father
don't know how much-
Lucian, you are aware of my power, correct?
Yes, of course.
Let's just say I was forced to strike Vasily, and he was able to withstand it and inflict great damage to me as well. By sheer luck, I am not dead.
That is good information. Thank you.
yeah, I was gonna say, I
One
don't know how
last
much
question.
Gizzard realizes.
Yeah. And I'm going to say just one last question.
Yes.
What are your thoughts on the Vistani?
The Vistani.
Are they trustworthy at all? Or what are your opinions of them?
I try to see the good in all people, but the Vistani, they are not the most trustworthy. They perform lots of trickery and try to swindle people. They've sold things to the Blue Water Inn that were fake. They provide certain types of food or drink, and they end up not being what they say they are. And
Potions?
potions, yes.
Could you
They
take a look at this? And I pull out one of the potions that from the Vistani camp.
Sugar water? Potion?
yes, they say that those are potions to help you escape Barovia, and they are nothing but, as you said, just water,
Water.
colored water with a little bit of sugar mixed in or something. They try to swindle people. They are not the most trustworthy of individuals, and I would keep caution when being around them. They try to be friendly and welcome you in with open arms and will rob you in the night.
Have you heard of the High Elves? I'm sorry.
The
that's
high,
the-
the high elves.
It's
The
the
way-
Daedra, you see.
Yeah, the way you said that. The Dusk Elves. Yes, they are native to Barovia. They don't. We have seen a few of them come through the town in past years, but they don't make their way up here much anymore.
Well, we appreciate you coming to see us. I mean, I said that we were looking for a blessing, so I don't know if you feel like doing anything. You don't have to, but
A blessing.
yes,
Yes,
for our travels.
yes. May the Morning Lord guide you on your journey, and for all of the generosity you and kindness you have brought to this city. May he watch over you on your every step.
Sorry,
you
I
very
stepped
much,
away for
Father.
a second. Did we give him money for Blinsky?
Yes.
I
Gizzard.
gave him
Okay.
15 gold.
Yeah.
Oh, that's good.
The guards, alright. Time's up.
We had a time limit?
Yes, it's getting late.
Yes, I suppose it is getting late. What is our plan? Where are we
Yeah,
headed next?
What
We
even?
could go to the winery,
Can we get the
or we could go
region
to.
map, Tracy?
Oh, yes.
Thank you. Could go
We haven't
to.
been to the Bone Grinder. We haven't been to the winery. We haven't been to Cress.
I feel I want to go to Kresk to go to the Abbey.
I would like to go to Wizard of the Vines at some point because I would like more wine.
Well, and I feel like
I
you
want
can
to.
hold the
I want
Crest-
to get Irina safe.
I feel
Well,
like
that
you
We
too.
can
can
hold
drink
the-
later.
Well, I would
feel
like to
like
get
we've
the
been
wine because we
told,
also
though.
promised the city. Yeah, we have to go to the Abbey though first, but I would like to go to the wines at some point.
I feel
don't
like we've
fuck-
been told that Kresk is closed to outsiders, so we may need.
Yes. But from what I
That-
remember, we can go around Kresk and to the Abbey. Still.
Also, we
correct?
can't show up to Strahd's Manor without wine. What kind of house guest do you want to be? I mean, sure, we're going to try to murder him, but be a good house guest.
I mean,
Okay.
first we should get Irina safe.
Of course.
Take her to the Abbey, I think.
Yeah, let's not discuss this in earshot of the guards.
Oh yeah, no.
We-
I assume
Yeah.
that we have moved away at the very
Yeah.
least. Started heading
You
Yeah.
guys are, yeah, heading west.
Hey, I found my old D&D notes. These would have been helpful about a month ago.
For this
So,
campaign or another campaign?
This one.
so are we in agreement to go to the Abbey near Kresk?
Yeah, we had a
okay.
fortune that said we needed to go there, right?
Exactly. And it's a place that perhaps Irina will be safe.
So you know, the Abbey is technically within the walls of Kresk.
Wait, is it? I thought you said before that we could get.
I'm trying to. I don't think. It's kind of hard to say. In my mind, I always thought the Abbey was inside the walls, personally. Even though, like, this is a fan-made map, and it shows it on the outside. I don't know. I always envisioned it inside, so I'm gonna say that it's, like, in the walls.
You're the DM, so
Yeah.
you can do whatever you
I
want.
think because it wants to be safe, like it wants to be safe within the walls of the city. So, I would say that it's technically within the walls of Kresk.
I mean, I think that we should still head towards Kresk.
Yeah, I mean, just because it's
we asked-
inside the walls, we could still try
Yeah.
to persuade our way
broken into
in.
a town before. Managed to get inside of one town. Also, I think that they simply had their walls closed due to the werewolves. So maybe if we take care of that, then can
Do we want to try to find that werewolf
convince them.
den that was mentioned?
Perhaps maybe we head to Kresk first and then see if we can get in. If we can't, maybe convince them that we will take care of the werewolves, and then we can make our way inside once we have dealt with that. They don't let us in at first.
All right.
Okay. All right. So you guys continue your travels. I'll assume it's a few days journey, so I won't we don't have to go full I'll make you have a few rolls for everything. But is there anything like specific along the journey that you would have wanted to do or anything like that?
Don't think so.
Yeah.
Okay.
So
So
right now anyway. So
it's about 2.5 days to Kresk. So I'll have roll.
Arabelle has my blanket. I have that as the note.
Oh,
I assume that I take it back from her
okay.
before she leaves. I'm gonna take my blanket.
So we'll have 2 daytime and 2 nighttime encounters. So roll me, each one of you actually, roll me a d20. 7. That's day, that's night, day. All right, we'll start with the 7. Okay. So, your first, or you guys make camp for the night, and take your usual watches without any incident. Then you continue along the path the next morning. Oh, I see. I've been kind of doing this wrong. rolls an 18. Okay, so your first day, you are traveling along the path, and you see a trap on the road.
It's another bear trap.
This looks like a different trap. As you get a little bit closer, you notice it's a poison trap.
Is it, like in the
Poison
middle of
trap?
the road, or off to the side.
It looks like it's like a long string, like a trip that it triggers these poison darts to come from the trees.
Let's stop the horses. Stop the horses a little bit away. Kind of back the horses up if we can,
Okay.
and then I'd like to cautiously try to disarm the trap.
Okay. Roll me a what's
Thieves' tools.
thieves' tools? Yeah, your proficiency.
15.
Okay. You are able to successfully disarm the trap. Doesn't look like it doesn't look like you're able to like take it off and like use it for something later. It just kind of disarms itself and it becomes obsolete.
Okay, looking at the trap, is there any indication of who might have set it?
You remember you remember this trap. It looks very similar to the one that you saw in the Vistani wagon, but you don't see any tracks of Vistani anywhere immediately. Roll me a survival check, actually. Okay. Yeah, it doesn't look like this. Looks like it maybe was made a few days ago.
There's something more important. You give Minnie a treat.
Give Minnie a treat. Minnie!
More important.
Food.
Actually, I do have to give her dinner soon. Okay. So, anything else that you guys want to do, or just continue?
I'm enjoying my throne. So I'm actually gonna write that in my inventory.
Gizzard's throne.
Yeah.
Minnie, you missed one right there.
Wait, 30 pounds.
Yeah, you are over encumbered. Okay. So you guys continue for the day without any other incident. And nighttime comes along. As you're making camp, you guys find a spot to make camp, and as you guys are starting to set up, you didn't immediately notice this, but you see there's some graves nearby.
How far away from our campsite?
Probably like 15 feet or so. There's just like one or two gravestones. They,
Really close.
yeah. They, like, at first to you guys, they looked like stones, just straight up stones, but as you're setting up camp and you look closer, it looks like there's, like, something carved on them, like names or something.
Can I try to read the names?
You... You don't, it's in... What languages do you know?
I think Elvish and Common. Let me see if I know any others.
Yeah, it looks like it's written in a language that you don't
Would I be
quite.
able to take a look?
But languages you know.
Oh, I also know Thieves Can't.
Okay.
Oh yeah, that's totally a written language.
And
Infernal,
someone's really gonna write that
Celestial,
on their gravestone.
and common, obviously.
What was the other? Celestial.
Infernal and common.
And I know Draconic in common.
I know halfling just because I had to choose some language.
Sorry, one sec. No, you
Okay. fair
you
enough.
guys don't seem to make out what it says.
And do the graves look undisturbed?
Yeah, they do actually. They just look kind of. They look a little out of place, but
Perhaps we should camp a bit further away. Maybe continue another 15 minutes or so. Strahd has many tricks up his sleeves.
Agreed. I'd say let's leave these to rest.
okay. You guys move.
About a mile away.
Yeah.
assume. About how long it takes to walk a mile? It's 15 minutes.
Yep, you guys move and make camp a little bit away from the graves, and the rest of the night goes undisturbed. The next day, actually, Tira, can you also roll me a d20? 18. Okay. So the next day, you guys continue along the path, making your journey. Along the road, you see, you come across something. It looks like some bodies on the floor. Some corpses laying there.
Across the road? Or...
Yeah, it's probably from where you guys are. It's like 60 or so feet down the road. You notice these bodies laying on the floor. The bodies dead on the ground.
I assume that I don't see anything because I'm sitting in the throne. I assume facing backwards. So
So Gizzard doesn't notice
maybe
this,
I'm
but you
facing,
guys.
Maybe is it facing backwards or facing forwards?
You
I was
can
thinking
put it
was facing
anyway.
backwards.
However you want to arrange it. I assume Gizzard during the time of travel is trying to interior decorate the wagon.
Do you have the rug set out on the
Yeah.
floor of the
I don't give a
wagon?
shit about the rug.
You just
I
want
care
the
about
throne.
throne.
So there's just a rug just bunched up in the corner, and Gizzard
Yeah.
doesn't care. He just has his
I
throne.
mean, unless somebody else did anything with the rug, but I
I
don't
mean, I
care about
probably
the
would
rug.
have at least unrolled it to look at it to see what it looked like, but then probably would have rolled it up again.
I don't know. In that case, I mean, I was assuming that it was facing backwards, but maybe I would have faced it forwards just so that I could see where we were going during our travels.
Okay. So yeah, you guys notice
I'm
these.
surprised nobody else has complained about me sitting in the throne the entire time yet.
Thurkarl really doesn't mind.
Okay.
But seeing the bodies up ahead, I'd probably try to stop the horses and try to cautiously go up to the bodies, making sure to keep an eye around for, if something killed these bodies, could something else
Okay.
be nearby?
Roll me an investigation check.
24.
24. And what's your passive perception?
Passive perception is, where is that? 16.
16. Okay. So Thurkarel, you guys stop the wagon, and Thurkarel comes out and walks along the path, starts looking. He gets a little bit closer, kind of examining the bodies from afar. You notice that they are Vistani. Vistani bodies laying on the ground. Because you rolled so high, you notice one move.
So does it look like it's still alive, or does it look like it says potential zombie?
It looks like it's still alive.
I'd call for Tira. I'd say, one of them's still alive.
I'm going to come over and take a look at him.
Yeah, I'll ready one of my potions and kind of head over.
Go help them. I command it. I say from my throne.
The three of you move closer to this Vistani who is moving, and the other one starts moving too. The two of them get up, and two Vistani above you attack. It's a trap!
Any of them women?
No, they're all men.
All right, they all have to die.
I'm gonna be like, "What are you doing? We've helped your kind before."
Our wagon has like a shroud over it, right?
Yes.
Like, Torhas is gonna yell out, "We have a Vistani child on board." As a lie.
Roll a deception check.
Her name is Arabelle. Oh, the wrong way. 13.
13. Give me 1 second. Let me pull this up really quick. They they
Good goes unpunished.
They ignore you as you say that, and two of the Vistani in the trees attack you guys with light crossbows. So they get a surprise round, and you guys can go ahead and roll initiative as these Vistani bandits ambush you guys.
Rude.
They're gonna hit you, Torhas.
I'll take the hit.
Oh god. Does a 17 hit?
Yep.
Okay, so both hit.
Don't add 20, huh?
Yeah, D8 plus 1 is 3, so 6. 6 and then 9. 6 damage and then 9 damage.
Okay.
Sorry. Or ouch to you and ouch also to your ears.
I didn't hear anything.
Okay, good.
Noticed you knocked something, but didn't
Okay.
process that until you said sorry. So
And let me just also roll their initiatives. Alrighty.
I'd rather take this 15 damage than someone else.
Yes. Alright, Gizzard. You are up next.
cause I'm still sitting in the cart.
Yep.
So sitting in the cart, what do I see so far? I assume I see Norhas getting hit by some
Yep.
crossbow
You
bolts.
see you kind of roll me a perception check.
14.
You see it's kind of clear to you now. You see two figures in the trees shooting down at Torhas.
Okay. And they look like Vistani, I assume.
Yep.
Are the two Vistani in the trees like near each other or not?
No, one's on the left side of the path and one's on the right side of the path. So there are two Vistani laying, quote unquote, dead on the floor. And then there are two Vistani in the trees, like they were waiting for somebody to come up and check on the dead bodies to ambush them. So there's one on like a left tree, and then there's one on the right tree on each side of the path. They were feigning death.
Oh man,
I have to get up from my throne. Ugh.
I know. Well, I'm debating on doing something really stupid or not.
Oh,
As per usual. with
as
Blizzard.
per usual.
Just roll a d20
Sometimes-
and make your decision. That's what I've
Sometimes
done.
it works out.
Funny.
You're
Roll intelligence. I don't
I
know.
rolled a 4. Does that mean I do the stupid plan, or does that mean I don't do the stupid plan?
So let me just put it this way: the way I do it is depending on how stupid it is based on my intelligence score. I assign it either a 50% chance or a 25% chance on like the quadrants of the d20. So like 1
mean-
through 5, 5 through 10, whatever. So it's up to you on how you want to do it. So I would think
Yeah.
up your scheme and then roll the d20.
I mean, I know what the scheme is.
No, I
Just don't
know,
know
but
if-
have you come up with your have you come up with your scheme on how you want to apply it to the dice?
Oh, no, not really. It's just I rolled a dice and it was a 4. You know what? Fuck it, we'll do it. Why not?
I cast fireball.
I'm gonna cast. I don't have
Cast
fireball.
I
I
level
specifically
3.
decided to not choose fireball. I went with lightning bolt, which is basically the same. It's just a line instead of a big explosion. Slightly worse, but you know,
When
Why
do you
are
I
get
you
meta
can't go
magic?
too terrible.
Lines are
Let's see.
useful.
I'm gonna cast levitate on myself.
Okay.
Oh no.
Like I said, I was debating if I was gonna do something really stupid or not.
Okay.
When do you get meta magic? Doom?
Oh god. I mean, I have meta magic already, but
Oh, no, I was
I
just
have
thinking about something.
two different ones. But so here I'll put it in chat. In case you've forgotten. So I'm gonna cast it on myself. So it begins to rise vertically. I suppose I would like go above where or like walk forward a little bit for so that I get outside of the wagon cover.
Okay.
And cast it on myself and start to fly up in the air about 20 feet.
Okay.
And I'm going to shout out. So that was my action, but I hopefully I can make a persuasion check as my action. I'm going to shout out, "Stop! You attack the new leader of this land." Like I said, this is so stupid.
Roll an intimidation check, actually.
Throne has gotten to him. Intimidation. 19.
They don't normally see your kind in Barovia, so they actually are a little taken aback by you. And they look and shift their attention to you. But yeah,
Seem like they take a pause at all, or are
They-
they just like,
they do take
ready to
pause.
shoot
They don't look like
Okay.
they're ready to shoot you. No, they just take a pause and look at you and take in what you are floating, this floating lizard, essentially.
okay,
Okay,
it's my turn then.
that's your turn. The Vistani on the floor. So you distracted the two that are in the trees. The Vistani on the floor, however, didn't really notice that too much. Is more focused on the people right in front of him, aka Tira, Thurkarel, and Torhas. So he will get up and
T name.
yeah, I know the T
Everybody
names.
starts with a T instead of me.
He
It's
will
really-
get up and try to
Huh.
attack. I guess it's Thurkarel, since you were kind of the first one to approach. Does it with his scimitar. He'll pull out a scimitar from his back. 7, 8, 9, 10. 10. Does a 10 hit?
No.
Okay, so he misses. Then next up is Torhas.
Man, what do I want
going to wait. How high up are they again?
Like 15 feet up.
Cool. Wait, do I actually? Oh, I didn't carry it over. Give me a second. I forget what work I did and didn't do between the two things I run. Okay, I can. I'm going to use Dragon Breath up at the people in the trees,
Okay.
and they have to. Oh.
Constitution.
Yeah, DC 15.
DC 15. All right.
Ignore that too. That's rage. Oh.
They both
They take
save.
half damage. They take
2 damage.
2 cold damage.
2 cold
This is weapon
damage. The 2 in the
It's a negative
trees,
scale.
right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Well,
Well,
the guys in the trees on opposite sides.
they are on opposite sides, so you
Really?
can't really move it, right? I guess that wouldn't really like. Rah!
I mean, you
Yeah.
could-
It's a
do it on the-
it's a cone, so it
Yeah,
depends
but if
on.
they're on one's on the right and one's on the left side of the road.
Yeah. So you'd be able to hit
Oh,
one of
right.
them.
Yeah, I'll hit one of them then.
Okay.
I mean, unless
Oh,
you
they're on the
cast
side.
on the 2 on this in the road, probably do that.
Oh, I already casted, so I'll just do one of them.
Okay. So I'll say you hit the one on the left.
I understood it as like the tree branches are overhanging the road, and I'm going up. That's how I pictured it, but that's fine. I misunderstood.
Okay.
It's okay.
Okay. So next up is Tira.
Where are the guys in relation to me?
They're like 10 feet in front of you. The 2 on the ground, and then the 2 on the trees are like 15 feet above you.
The 2 on the ground, like, are they? They're up and standing, right? They're coming at us.
Yeah. One of them. One
One
of them
attacked
got up. Yeah. One of the other one's still one on his turn. He's still on the ground, so on his turn he'll get up. But yeah.
Yeah, I'm gonna walk over to the one on the ground, and I'm going to swing my flail at him.
Okay.
And that should be at advantage, right?
Yeah, that could be an advantage because he's prone. A 17 does hit.
Give me one moment. I'm just doing something.
What happened to your template of swings your flail wildly?
I still have it, but that doesn't work for advantage.
Oh,
True.
it's more coordinated at advantage, not wildly.
Like it's literally a button, so.
Strahd knows you have the sword now. You could just use it.
I'm not gonna use it on scrubs.
Woo!
It's a
Yeah.
lightsaber.
My flail does decent
Yeah.
damage.
Yeah, but it's not a +2 weapon.
Yeah.
Like a 10% chance to hit increase, dude.
I am then going to use Branding Smite as a bonus action.
Okay.
Or can I do that as before, like I hit him? It's a
Um.
bonus action for 1, and then up to 1 minute.
Yes. That's
Okay.
fine.
So I will do that. The next time you hit a creature with a weapon attack, the spell ends. The weapon gleams with astral radiance, and you strike, dealing an extra 2d6 radiant damage.
Good lord. Okay, you're probably gonna annihilate this bandit.
Well, yeah, he deserves exactly what's coming to him.
Don't forget the target sheds dim light in a 5-foot radius. It
Yes.
can't become invisible.
As he explodes.
Is that all?
No.
Okay.
I have to roll
Oh
the-
yeah, the
No.
radiant damage. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. How do you want to do this?
15 points of damage, right?
Yeah.
I'm going to make eye contact with the other bandit as I do this to the guy on the ground, like glaring at him.
Okay.
As my
This
flail
gizzard is
just glows.
flying. And gizzard is flying in the air.
Yeah. These. Okay. So you.
It's like, we help your people and you do this.
You know what? Roll me also an intimidation check, Tira.
Watch this be like a 1. Nope, that's
Well,
Nope.
an
You know what?
8.
The So
Unless me flying in the air gave him advantage.
the Vistani on the floor yells up to the other two, in something in a language you guys don't comprehend, and they begin to he begins to run away.
As the one on the ground explodes.
Yes, as the one
Fire.
on the one on the ground explodes. So you guys, Torhas, Thurkrell, and Tira, you all have attacks of opportunity on this poor bandit.
I'll go ahead and great axe him, aiming right for the neck.
Because you're all close enough. I don't know if you're exactly within, but
12
that's
doesn't
fine.
hit.
12 actually just hits.
Oh my
Just
God.
15 slashing.
Okay. Yeah, Torhas takes out this
Just
this other
clean up
bandit.
that.
He just like, yeah. The other two bandits, realizing they are no match for you guys, begin to also flee in the trees.
Obviously, because gizzards started flying up in the air.
Well, yeah.
Yeah.
Didn't realize.
It wasn't Tira's radiant. It was a combination.
No.
It was a combination.
wasn't-
Look, a flail.
it was
a
all
flail
gizzard.
glow-
We
a
all agreed?
flail- A flail glowing and knocking down a guy and exploding him is nothing compared to the floating lizard guy. who just
Can we
unleashed
just
hell.
all agree that this fight was 100% gizzard?
Yes. You distracted them long enough for me to walk up and annihilate someone. In righteous indignation.
So unless anybody wants to chase after these guys in the trees, they basically make a run for it.
I'm not chasing. I'm gonna continue
not
rising.
chasing.
Well, no, I can only max go 15 or 20 feet in the air.
I will shout
What's your
after them.
range? What's your range on lightning bolt though? Isn't it like 200 feet?
I'm not gonna cast lightning bolt on them. My whole goal was to not have to try to fight these guys in the first place, so.
Sounds weak.
I will shout after them. Never attempt this again.
Okay.
I am your king, it says.
Okay.
I'm just gonna look up again and say, "Are you though?"
I'd like to search the bodies of the two that we did down, though.
Okay.
Gizzard slowly floats down and sits back in his throne.
You find about 10 gold on each of them, and they have a scimitar and a light. Each of them have a scimitar and light crossbow as well. Just basic ones, nothing special.
Tara, you mentioned in the tower you might want a ranged weapon.
Yes,
interested
actually,
in-
I would like a light crossbow or sword.
Okay, you can take one from one of these bodies.
And do Ismark and Irina want any of the gold, or
Actually, I too. Hold on. Let me just check if Ismark. I don't think he has
Yeah,
a
we
ranged
haven't
weapon.
been splitting any gold with his market.
They don't. They don't really, honestly, ask for much. Ismark has his inheritance at home.
They're already rich. Fuck them.
We're also protecting them.
Yeah,
like,
and you're more,
during this
yeah,
craziness.
you're more like helping them. They kind of owe you more so than you owe them. So actually, no, he has a
Yeah, they're
crossbow.
like the
trying to save their lives.
Baron of
so, you know.
Barovia.
Yeah, exactly. So,
Spark is the Baron of Barovia. He's probably rich as fuck.
let me just check. Irina actually speaks up. I wouldn't mind taking a ranged weapon as well. I just have this rapier.
You can take my sling if you want.
Why is this not showing up on my character sheet?
I think the
Like, try
crossbow would be better for me.
Was there 2 crossbows or just one?
There's 2. Each body has one.
Oh, okay.
So
makes
Tira takes one, and Irina, unless anybody else wants to take it, Irina will take the other one.
No.
Got my
Torhas
sling.
doesn't believe in those.
And so it was a total of 20 gold, so that'd be
Yep.
5 each?
20.
Okay.
Yeah, 20 gold.
So 5 gold each.
Yep.
Yes.
I just hit 200.
Woo! Guys are rich.
I would have if I didn't give 15 to Blinsky. You know, I'm a good leader like that.
Help your people.
Exactly.
Did you look at the class I linked, the homebrew?
Mm-hmm. Yes, I did.
I want to play in a campaign with that so badly.
Yeah. That's pretty great.
Or the common man.
Oath of
The
the
Oath
Common
one?
Man.
The-
Yeah.
The Oath of the Common Man Paladin.
When I woke
I-
up, I thought that
yeah,
was a
that's just-
Bolshevik kind of thing.
It
Yeah.
is. It 100% is. If you look at the last picture, it's like you become a large creature that is a larger than life character.
Nice.
Wow.
And like it's ridiculous. And it shows a picture of a guy that looks like Lenin, like marching through a city, but he's huge.
Holy shit.
Need to get the Soviet national anthem queued up in Roll20 if he plays that.
If I find another campaign after this one, I'm totally down if someone's down to let me play that.
I don't know, maybe after we're done with
Strahd.
Curse of Strahd.
no, Fandel. It's not Fandelver though. It's
Ice
Dragon of
Peaks
Icefire
or whatever.
Peak, maybe.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh,
maybe. I'll
yeah.
have to actually read through it. I'll have to actually read through it, make sure it's good. I didn't read. Anyway, sorry.
But yeah, okay, so you guys are good. You fend off these bandits, these Vistani bandits, and continue along the path without incident. You rest again for another night. Things are quiet for the evening. Yeah, actually, you make it through the evening without incident, and you actually see Kresk. You guys camp out, but you see in the distance as you guys are traveling this last morning, you wake up the next morning. Actually is getting a bit colder. The air is colder as you guys are heading more north, and Kresk is actually a bit up a hill. The trees begin changing from these dull oak type trees to now you start seeing these more pine trees, and some of them have a bit of frost on them. So it is getting a bit colder as you guys make your way up toward Kresk. But you make it to the walls of Kresk without any other incident. So, give me...
I assume there's guards standing at the gate.
Yep. So, let's change up the music here. I don't remember what these songs are. Postman. Okay. So the road branches north and climbs a rocky escarpment, ending at a gatehouse built into... Oh, let me change to Kresk. So you guys are kind of down by S1 here as you're making your way up. So you see a gatehouse built into a 20-foot high wall of stone, reinforced with buttresses every 50 feet or so. The wall encloses a settlement on the side of a snow-dusted mountain spur. Beyond the wall, you see the tops of snow-covered pines and thin white wisps of smoke. The somber toll of a bell comes from the stone abbey that clings to the mountainside. The steady chime is inviting, a welcome change from the deathly silence and oppressive fog to which you have grown accustomed to. It's hard to tell at a distance, but there seems to be a switchback road. Okay, so it does say that there is a road clinging to the cliffs that lead up from the walled settlement to the abbey. Like, I'm trying to see, I guess based on this map, it
looks like you have to go inside of the settlement.
yeah, it kind of does.
Area S2.
Yeah. So
Here.
S5 is the this is
Yeah.
the
Like the road is going up the hill
Yeah.
in the city to the abbey.
yeah, so it is within the city. Okay. So, as you guys approach the gatehouse here,
It's more like a town than a city, but yeah.
yeah, it's much smaller. You guys realize that Kresk is a lot more small, more quaint than Valaki. The air grows colder as you approach the walled settlement. Two square towers with peaked roofs flank a stone archway into which is set a pair of 12-foot tall, iron-bound wooden doors. Carved into the arch above the doors is the name Kresk. The walls that extend from the gatehouse are 20 feet high. Atop the parapet, you see 4 figures wearing fur hats and clutching spears. They watch you nervously.
Hello, friends. We are here to visit the Abbey of Saint Markovia.
The Abbey. We do not get many people here to see the Abbey. We are sorry. We cannot let anybody in.
We've
Why
come a long
can
way.
you not let us in? Yes, we have come a long way. You mind explaining why we are not allowed in?
The burgomaster, he has forbid anybody from entering into Kresk.
But of course, do you know his reasoning behind not allowing people in?
He is worried that there has been recent activity. We do not want to indulge more, but anybody could be an enemy. We cannot trust anybody through these walls. Sorry, you could be working for him. We don't know it.
Do you mean Strahd?
They all look at each other kind of nervously. Yes.
Oh, trust me, we fucking hate the guy.
Dude.
See this axe? Actually, no. Wait, you see that girl right there? And I point to Tira. She already hit him and scared him off.
I'm gonna just nod my head.
They all kind of look again nervously. We've had people in the past say they are allies and have caused havoc in our small village.
Is there a way we can prove ourselves to you?
Are any of these people Vasily von Holtz by chance?
They all look kind of surprised at that name. Yes. We do not speak of that name here.
We are no friends of Vasily.
The fact that you even know his name. How?
I hate that guy.
Tora kind of sends a nod of approval.
The other one looks to one of the guards looks to the other guard. They kind of speak to each other very quietly. We will get the burgomaster.
What is the name of the burgomaster, if you don't mind me asking?
Dmitry Kreskov. So one of them kind of quickly retreats back into the village, while the rest there's two archers stationed in the gatehouse, and then 4 guards, 2 men, 2 women, at the walls as well. So there's quite a few guards here. So one of them does go back and get the burgomaster. Within a few minutes, they do return with a man.
Before they return, I would kind of turn and quietly say to the party, he named the city after himself. A bit arrogant, don't you think? Kresk?
Technically, the Baron of Valaki, his last name is Valakovich. It's a family line. Ismark.
I guess.
Well, we don't. My family's name is not Barovia.
Really, you're cool.
Yeah, you're right. That is kind of weird.
The other Baron was kind of a dick before too, so I don't know if I like this guy or not. We'll see.
So this man approaches. He is wearing kind of a heavy, long cloak. He has more like fur on the shoulders, and he carries a weapon with him as well. Can I help you all?
We were hoping to visit the Abbey of Saint Markovia.
The Abbey. What brings
no-
you to
We
this?
hope to seek refuge at the Abbey.
Seek refuge. The guard tells me you know of a Vasily von Holtz.
Yeah, we fucking hate that guy.
I'm sorry that I have to say this, but it is very hard for us to trust anybody.
I understand these are trying times.
Make
You-
sure to wear a mask.
You all seem very interesting folk, but we just cannot. We cannot risk things again. We've been told that people will help us before, and it has not turned out well.
What type of help do you seek?
Yes, we have not offered our help to be fair.
Well, there is.
Yet.
There is a werewolf den not far from here that has been causing a problem for many neighboring cities as well. If you were able to show some sort of proof that you've handled this den, I suppose I would be open to trusting you all to enter into the city or into our town.
I had a feeling you might ask us that.
There also is the issue of our wine shortage, as we have not received our recent
I'm going
shipments
to perk up at that one.
of Champagne de la Stampe and Red Dragon Crush. It's been months.
We've been hearing there have been possible issues at Wizard of the Vines.
Yes.
Is it Wizard of the Vines or Wizard of the Wine?
It's Wizard of the Wines. I think Wizard of
Okay.
the Vines. There, I think there is somewhere else called something of the Vines, but the actual
Okay.
winery is Wizards of the Wines Winery.
Okay.
Would you
Would
prefer us
Wizard
to...
of the Winery be better than Wizard of the Wine's
prefer-
Winery?
I prefer, Wizards of the Vines sounds
Sounds
better
cooler
to
to
me
me.
anyway.
Wizard of the it should be Wizard of the Vines Winery or Wizards of the Winery.
Wizards of the Vines. Wizards
There we go.
of the Vines.
I
think
know this is a
officially it's-
really important detail that we need to get hammered out because I might or might not be an alcoholic.
Yeah, actually, it's Wizards of. The map says Wizards of the Wines Winery.
Yeah, I think it's supposed to be Wizards of the Wines, but Wizards of the Vines sounds so much cooler.
I think the name of the bar in Barovia is called Blood of the Vines. I think, which is kind of weird.
What kind of
Oh
wizard
no, wait,
are
maybe
you?
there isn't a bar.
The Vines.
Blood of the Vine Tavern. The name of the first tavern that you guys met in was called Blood of the Vine Tavern. So I think
It was
that's
in Barovia, though.
in
right?
Barovia. Yeah, Ismark. That's in Ismark's town.
I don't know. Wizards of the Vines sounds way cooler, though. I vote that we stick with that.
Wizards of the Vines.
yeah.
Okay.
So I'd ask Dimitri. We've been told that only silvered weapons can permanently kill werewolves. Do you know where we could get such weapons?
That is a good question, actually. Give me
Would
one
you prefer
sec.
for us to get wine or take care of the werewolves?
They are both. They are both problems for us.
I understand getting drunk is very important.
Wine is the only thing that brings hope to our people, as there is not much joy within our lives. Wine is something that brings us together.
No festivals in this town?
No, we do not have festivals.
Good.
Let me just look really quick on the silver stuff. I don't think he would know, because otherwise he would try to deal with it himself or his people. Unfortunately, I do not have an answer for you on where to get silvered items.
Then I think perhaps the wine might be a more within our capabilities at the moment.
Random question. How old is Irina approximately? Is she like 20s?
Yeah, her late 20s probably.
Younger? Okay. Okay.
And one more question. What direction from here is the den of werewolves?
The werewolf den actually is not very far from us. It's less than a day's journey actually. East. Wizards of the Vines is a few days' journey.
Kind of turn to their grill and say, let's just go get them some wine. It seems a lot safer.
Agreed.
And then Tira will kind of... I think she might have a problem.
Excuse me?
I'm whispering this to their grill.
I think we all have a problem, and it's broad.
I mean like a different problem.
I haven't
We all
had
have
all that
many
much alcohol. I just have a fondness for Red Dragon Crush.
Is there any way that even just one of us could stay in your town for the time being? Or perhaps
I don't mind.
two of us? Do you happen to know the Baron of the town of Barovia?
It's been some time since I've spoken with the Baron.
Kind of gesture to Ismark and say, unfortunately, since the last time you spoken, he has passed. This is the new Baron.
Burgomaster.
Ismark.
Burgomaster Baron. It's the same thing, no? King? Burgomaster, same thing.
Ismark. They call you Ismark the Lesser, do they not? He...
I don't call him that. I call him Ismark.
That is a common name that they give the Burgomaster's son, Ismark. Ismark looks kind of like ashamed at this.
Chuff.
Dick move.
He is no longer Lester. He is the Burgomaster.
Well then, why are you not with your people? I am trying to find refuge for my sister. She's found some troubled times, and we've heard good things about Kresk and the Abbey in particular from Father Lucian in Valaki. We were hoping...
And other sources as well.
Yes. We were hoping to seek refuge here. He looks... kind of puzzled, unsure. Perhaps there is some... if there's some way... I will allow this girl, if that is what you're saying, Irina, to enter in.
Are we sure the Abbey is safe for Arena to be alone?
Can I
I'm gonna ask
insight
the
check
party.
this dude and see if he's trustworthy?
Yeah, go ahead. Insight check.
I know I've just like spent the last 5-10 minutes or whatever trying to get him to take Irina, but now I'm like, do I want to do this?
15. He seems hesitant, but he mostly it doesn't seem like he's lying about anything. He
So I'm gonna
seems
say you will take her under your protection, and we will deal with some of these problems. Is that a fair exchange for now?
Ismark speaks up for a minute. I don't know about leaving her alone. I haven't even seen the inside of this town yet. I have no idea what.
I would, I would say we would prefer to keep Ismark and Arena together.
Yeah.
I am reluctant to let her stay alone as well. If you take both, I am for both Ismark and Irina.
Irina says, "Perhaps I should just go with you all then. We can go and enter into Crest together. It's fine. We've made it this far." I don't mind.
Alright, thoughts, guys? Thoughts?
I'm reluctant to leave her alone.
Yeah, I feel like
Too.
she at least needs Ismark with her.
Yeah, I'm also reluctant to take her to a werewolf den.
Yeah.
I mean, maybe if we.
Well, how bad
mean-
could the winery be? I mean, you know.
I know, gaming wise, like. The winery is probably 100% not safe, but. In character, we don't know that.
What could possibly go wrong at a winery?
I know, right?
I don't know.
Get
I mean, they've only just not been
Shipping,
sending shipments.
yeah.
Everything's totally cool there. What? Yeah, like, should we? Like, what are people leaning towards? Going to the werewolf den or leaning towards the winery? Obviously, the winery is more
My
travelable.
vote is for the winery because I mean I know we
Wizard
don't
is leaning
trust,
that way.
I know we don't trust Vasily, but he said only silver could hurt them, and I don't have any silvered weapons. I know your magic hurts them, obviously, but
Well, I mean, we don't even have to trust him necessarily. Like, he obviously showed us that with his
yeah, with
Yeah.
his
thing. So.
Yeah. So yeah, I guess so. Tira has the sword, so that probably will work. As you
Yeah, I mean,
guys conduct.
probably Tira and
Gizzard has spells, but yeah, two of you may have some trouble dealing with wolves.
I am hesitant, but I could, in theory, can I hand the sword to someone else in the party if they're proficient with it? And can they use it if they attune to it?
Yeah. Yep. Any of you guys could, if you're proficient with swords.
I'm just going to point out, this is kind of away from everyone, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
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 I'm just going to be like, Thurkrel, if you promise to protect it, I can, in theory, let you use the Sunblade because I can imbue power into my weapons, which in theory should work against vile creatures like werewolves. That is an option. But
Okay.
I don't know if you'd be able to wield the weapon.
Well, I'm proficient with sword. What type of sword is it?
It's a longsword.
Oh, I'm proficient
You're-
with sword.
Oh, okay.
You're an elf,
I
so.
don't know if I could. I don't know if I could use it with sneak attack, but I could. At least.
It's a finesse.
Yeah. Is it? I think it might be actually.
It
a
is.
finesse weapon.
It's finesse.
Yeah, I remember my rogue used it in our Curse of Strahd
Finesse
campaign,
longsword.
and she
It
was
is
able.
a finesse
Special-
weapon.
special-
She was able
Yeah.
to use sneak attack also. So
I'm pretty sure all of us are proficient with it, except Gizzard, right?
Yeah.
I could
Yeah.
totally use that sword.
Torhas is gonna go back to the guards real quick,
Mhm.
and the burgomaster, and he's gonna describe Octavio, and ask if they've seen him He's asking if you've seen Rudolph.
Yep.
But
Yep.
as Rictavia.
No, we have not seen a man like that.
Then have they seen a guy riding around with a big ballista?
No, we have not seen that either.
Well,
Damn
that
it.
was Vasily.
Mm-hmm. But if we know where he was, we could try and like steal it, kind of thing, you know. Well, thanks, and then he gets back to the group.
Yeah, my inclination is let's go to the winery first, and then we can maybe do the werewolves later. But my inclination is do the winery first.
Mm-hmm.
I think.
Yeah.
The winery is more of an investigation, which I'm interested in.
Okay.
Torhas is gonna bring up. There was
And my
this one-
inclination is don't leave Irina until we can at least
Yeah.
go in and check out the place, make sure it's legit.
I had this one dream a couple nights ago where I saw this tower, and there was a man with like a long silver sword. And something tells me that's a real event that's either going to happen or has happened. So it makes me think there's a silver sword somewhere.
Could it have
just-
just been a dream of the Sunblade?
I think Tracy, you described it as like clearly silver, like a silver longsword, right? It wasn't like because it was a guy outside of the tower, approaching the tower
Yes.
with the sword.
It was glistening. It very well could have been silver. It was either silver or radiant, one of the two.
Well,
You
I
didn't
mean,
say
would he
radiant
be
last
able to?
time.
Would he be able to remember it by looking at the hilt? Because like the Sunblade's hilt is pretty ornate, isn't it?
Because you only
Yes.
described it to me as silver before. You didn't describe it to me
Okay.
as radiant.
There.
Perhaps.
Yeah.
Perhaps the dream was not 100% accurate. Maybe it
true.
just showed you Vasily with his silver weapon.
No, he was
Or
an
it
old.
wasn't
It was a
exactly
really
a
old
longsword.
man.
There was another tower as well near the lake, right?
Mm-hmm. The
Yes.
second tower.
But I think for now, maybe we thank them for their offer to take Irina, but respectfully decline, and say that we will be back with wine.
With wine. Assuming Tira doesn't drink it all on the way here.
Okay.
So that's my vote of what to say. I don't know what other people think.
I agree. Yeah.
Yeah.
Keep her with us.
Okay.
Head to the winery. Yeah.
So we'd kind of respectfully thank them for the offer of taking just Irina, but that will return.
Yep.
I just realized. Sorry, this just popped in my head. I just
Mhm.
realized that I could have cast levitate on my throne during that fight.
Oh my god.
Should've
And you
risked
could
it
have
for my
lifted
throw.
yourself. Yeah. Yeah.
Luke and C3PO.
Missed opportunity. Yeah, exactly
I
like
mean,
that.
I'm not gonna miss that opportunity in the future, so
Oh my
keep
god.
that in mind.
Okay, so you guys opt to travel to Wizard of the Vines. Wizards of the Coast. Yeah.
Yeah, Wizards of the Coast.
So you journey back down. It does take a few days to travel, so everybody roll me d20s again.
Wow.
Okay.
Are lower numbers bad on this, or is it? Just
It's just a table.
Lower. It is just a table. Technically, I realize that you're supposed to roll. Yeah. Technically, you're supposed to roll to see if you get an encounter, and then you roll what the encounter is.
Gotcha.
You can use it as both.
So for this, yeah, I'm kind of doing a little bit of a mix, because some of this stuff seems like it's a little time consuming, and I don't really want you guys to have to be like spending hours along the path.
Yeah, especially since we keep traveling.
Yeah, exactly. I will say,
I'm doing my campaign too.
so the first day you travel and things go well. The second day, as you're making your way down to the Wizard of the Vines based on the directions that was given to you, you do kind of stray off the path a little bit, or you are led down a trail that you think is the right trail. It ends up being a false trail. And this is kind of like Oregon Trail. You lose a day of travel from, or you lose
no.
like,
At least, yeah, at least we don't die of dysentery.
yeah. So, you kind of like start to make your way back and backtrace a little bit. Ismark's a little frustrated. Like, I thought this was the right way. I don't understand. And you guys make it back on the other path that you were on and continue to head south. You make camp for the night. Things are okay for the evening. The next day, you actually come across something in the distance as you make it a little bit closer to the winery. Thurkarel, you recognize it immediately. It looks like a figure with they have like a tattered cloak and twigs and things kind of sprouting from them. Their hair is kind of crazy, and they're crawling along the ground. It looks like a figure that you saw many nights ago, that one night when you guys were camping, keeping watch. You recognize this familiar figure. It walks along the ground, very uncomfortable like, kind of like sniffing the grass, looking up, and it looks up and sees all of you and immediately is shocked.
I'm gonna turn to everyone else and say, do you guys see that too, or was I actually insane that other night?
You all see it.
No, but I'm looking for them for confirmation that they see it.
Yeah, just so they know that they also see it.
You mean that thing over there?
Yeah, I saw one of they're possibly the same thing the other night. I thought I was going crazy.
Dude, stuff like this is why I was thinking the silver sword thing was real. Just putting that out there.
It looks at the wagon and begins scurrying away.
Well, that's solved. Let's keep going.
I'm gonna watch it, but I'm not gonna follow it. I mean, unless it's going along the road, in which case we'll kind of.
Nope,
follow
it goes.
by.
It looked like it was kind of off the path, like looking in, and then it sees you guys and then scurries back into the woods. And you guys continue to Wizards of the Vines winery.
It was obviously scared of us.
Okay, give me one moment.
Nice. It's nice and welcoming.
It's beautiful.
I mean, it totally looks like a.
Oh, Jesus.
Jeez.
Was that loud?
Like a thriving
Yeah.
winery.
Well, not just loud, but it's also.
Okay,
Just entered a
Wine
new
and-
region in
and
June
heavy frog?
2016.
say that again, Thurkarel.
Oh, I just asked, can
Oh.
you grow wine?
Oh,
in Habitat?
that's a good question.
I mean, it looks like they're prospering, right? Definitely doing well.
It's like that. It's like Bo's hometown in Critical Role. All desolate.
Oh yeah.
Okay. So, approaching the vineyard, after about a half a mile, as you guys are getting approaching it, the road becomes a muddy trail that meanders through the woods, descending gradually until the trees part, revealing a mist-shrouded meadow. The trail splits. One branch heads west into the valley, and the other leads south into dark woods. A wooden signpost at the intersection points west and reads Vineyard.
Suppose we'll follow west, right? To the vineyard.
Yep. A light drizzle begins to fall. unpainted fences blindly follow the trail, which skirts north of a sprawling vineyard, before bending south toward a stately building. The fog takes on a ghostly form as it swirls between the neatly tended rows of grapevines. Here and there, you see rope-handled half barrels used for hauling grapes. North of the trail is a large stand of trees. A man wearing a dark cloak and cowl stands at the edge of the trees, beckoning you.
Spooky.
I guess put like the brake on the wagon, hobble the horses, and head over to him.
You can see the whole map, by the way. I don't know if that's intended or...
Oh, that's fine. It's, yeah, I guess this doesn't really show the outside anyway, so it doesn't really matter. But you guys are still outside. As you move closer, you see not one, but nine people come out. 9 humans come out and greet you with dark leather rain cloaks and cowls. The one man who was beckoning you moves forward. Who are you?
I'll shout from my throne. I am Gizzard.
Gizzard.
And these are my companions. I'll kind of gesture to everyone else.
I was fully expecting servants right there.
Not yet.
What are you doing here?
We heard we could get some wine.
Yes, we are looking to purchase some wine, perhaps champagne.
We've also been told there have been some issues here over the past couple of months, and many wine shipments haven't been making it out. We were curious if there's any problems or issues here.
Yes, you are correct. There have been problems. I am the proprietor of this winery. My name is Davian.
Oh, Davian,
Oh, yeah, we know your
brother.
Yes, my
Erwin?
brother, Erwin, yes. And this is my family. And he points, he has a whole family with him. You see one boy, it looks like he has 2 sons, a daughter. The daughter is an adult and she has a husband. And then there are 2 sons who look a little bit younger. So they all appear. So they all appear in front of you with Davian in the front. We are in desperate need of help. I did not expect anybody to come here to the winery. I've not been able to be in contact with my brother. We've had many troubles here.
I swear to God, if you ask us to clear out werewolves, I'm going to be upset.
No, I wish it was werewolves. It's... I don't know what these things are, but our seeds... The seeds that we use to grow the vineyards here, they've been stolen. Without them, we cannot grow anything. See, here in Barovia, it's very hard to produce wine without any sun. And we...
I was just joking about that earlier.
we have... There are seeds of arcane power that we use to produce the magnificent wine of this land. It is hailed among many lands, even beyond Barovia. And these seeds have been stolen from us.
Do the Vistani take the wine beyond Barovia? Or is it someone else?
They do, yes. Normally they will take the wine, and it's a good exporting importing business for Barovia. And for us, it's good for our business as we bring it to my sons. They deliver it to the other towns, Kresk, Valaki, Barovia itself.
Who stole the seeds?
We are not entirely sure what these creatures are. They are these creatures that are long twigs. They look like not people, and some of them look like people, and some of them look like tree people. We're not quite sure what they are, but they are very hostile, and they currently have surrounded the entire vineyard.
Can I make some sort of check to see if Gizzard has interacted with anything like this in the past?
Sure, go ahead and roll me a
Nature, maybe?
yeah, nature check.
Okay. Actually, I have a negative 1. Hey, 17 though.
You're not quite sure what he's describing. Tree people? It doesn't really ring a bell to you.
Even with a 17, okay.
Yeah. I don't think you would have encountered these things before.
I mean, I lived in a swamp before.
I
The only reason
I mean,
Astral roll.
as Tracy, I don't really know if these things are in swamps.
Are they okay? Out of character, are they blights?
Yes, they're blights.
I mean, they're like plant creatures, so in a swamp, very possible. Like
Okay.
swamp foresty areas, probably.
Actually, yeah. You know what? Let me just look at their description here. It's possible. They sound like they could be blights. You're not sure of which variety, as they come in different varieties of.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's you suspect based on him saying tree people, they might be tree blights or needle blights.
Okay.
Do you know why they stole the seeds?
There is. We've been trying to research and do some scouting on where they are taking, or they keep things. They keep their own kind. There is one place, ruins of an old village in Barovia that is no longer here with us. Berez, they call it. We suspect they may have gone back to that village, but we also know that a very old hag lives there, and it is dangerous. It's more than we can handle.
So you believe these lights work for the hag?
That is what we suspect. But there are also these crazy druids in the area. They have also made their way around the village. I can't tell you more. I don't know much about them. We've been keeping our distance from the winery. That was our home, but they have overtaken our home, and we live on the outskirts now. Been trying to investigate the ruins of Berez. It's a village that was ruined by Strahd.
How far away is the village?
Not far. It's a few hours from here.
So I take it that you have no wine to sell currently.
The only wine we have is purple grape mash, which is our lowest quality wine. We only have a few vats of that left.
And you said the winery itself is also overrun by the blights?
Yes, they are inside and outside. They are all over. there are more than I can count on two hands.
So is the priority
Have
to
you-
go to Perez to recover the seeds, or to clear out the winery?
We are here at the winery, no? We should clear out the winery first. Also, have you tried counting on your toes as well? I find that help.
To be honest, if we counted on our hands and my son's hands, we saw more, and our toes, we've seen more than we can count on all of them.
Jesus.
That's a lot. That's like more than 10.
Yes. The two sons look at each other like, yeah.
You really trust in this guy?
Yeah.
Perhaps I think we are close. Correct, we are closest to the winery right now.
Yes, you guys are like a mile or so outside of the winery, so you're not too far.
And then Barez is like,
Berez is, yeah, a bit of a journey, but not.
a few hours away.
Yeah, the map makes it farther.
Which-
Like, but honestly, I myself would say it's only a few hours.
But the winery is closer, so
Yeah.
we are here. Why not take care
And-
of the winery first, and we can head to.
Could we get them to watch our wagon while we go into the winery?
We take the wagon with us.
Oh, okay. I'm just worried, like, our horses could get attacked while we're inside.
One of the boys, the eldest son, speaks up. If you do go in there, if you do make it into our home, there are some barrels of wine. There are some in the loading dock area, and several bottles in the cellar. Plus, there's some still fermenting, but that's about all we have left.
I feel like we should probably help them at least before we venture out anywhere. We should probably help them here and deal with the house and the winery. This way, if things go sideways while we're out there, at least, we've done some good here.
Agreed.
Yeah. Also with them is, I didn't mention, but they're kind of in the background. There's a whole family. Basically, there's 9 of them. So you see that there's a teenage boy, looks like one of the, like a son to the adult daughter, 2 young boys, and a baby girl that she's holding. So there's just a whole family there.
Well, should we head to the winery and begin dispatching these blights? Have overrun it?
I would be careful. There are blights. They seem to be in large groups. So if you have I would suggest a more stealthy approach if possible. They seem to be patrolling the area.
We can definitely do sneaky. This is for sure. Thank you for your advice.
Of course.
So, if we were going to be sneaky, maybe leave the wagon here.
No, we take the wagon.
We are happy to keep your wagon at our home. The makeshift home that we have, at least. It's not far from the winery itself, but it's a safe enough distance.
I want to take the wagon.
I thought we want to be stealthy. A wagon's not exactly stealthy.
I feel like Gizzard just wants to sit in his throne as we travel.
maybe.
We can't take the wagon indoors, Gizzard.
Of course not, but we can take the wagon at least a mile to the house, no?
It'd be good for you to walk. Get some exercise.
Can I ask he makes a persuasion check against me?
Against each other, the players?
Yeah.
Yeah, you can do
Persuasion
that.
against
Sure.
your what?
I don't know.
11.
11? I don't know, I feel like Gizzard is more stubborn than an 11.
The low end.
Charisma. I want to take the wagon.
Just
I
waiting for him
Does-
to be like, why don't you carry me on my throne?
Does Torhas or Tira, do you, either of you have an opinion on taking the wagon or not taking the wagon?
Torres doesn't really care. He can. He's done both. He's walked and he's ridden.
I'm not asking we take the wagon the entire way there, just most of the way there.
I don't
The
think it's a good
horses
idea to
make
just
noise,
leave
the wheels
the.
make noise.
While we're debating this, I'm curious. How much longer are we planning on going?
Mm,
Yeah,
We can
I got
probably-
Until
dinner
we
for dinner.
until the wagon gets taken. That is how much longer.
yeah, I would say if you guys want to stop
So
around
once you
here,
make
yeah,
the
once you
decision.
make your decision on where to go next.
If we take
yeah.
the wagon.
If you take the
I'm
wagon.
just
or
gonna
not.
throw down my vote and say no wagon.
Yeah, I'll do no wagon.
We'll remember this.
Gizzard will remember this. He is Mark.
Fine, you may take the wagon.
Do you want us to just carry your throne along the way, or he sarcastically says?
That was just marker.
Yeah. Is that the reason why you want your wagon, Gizzard?
Gizzard just kind of like looks at him. No.
I think that the Irina speaks up. I think the wagon will be safe with them. We don't want to risk the needle blights seeing us.
Fine. They may take the wagon.
Sorry, Gizzard, you're outvoted by the whole party.
Do
Okay.
Not get in the cart, though. Do not get in the wagon. Kind of like point to each of them.
Okay. They all kind of just like look at each other very confused. The wife whispers something to her husband, and they I can't say his name right. Davian.
Probably
He nods and says, "Thank you all. Again, be careful. This it is rather dangerous there." And he grabs the horses and helps kind of reel the wagon back towards their home. Okay, so you guys, I'll just give you an idea of what it looks like as you guys approach, so you can consider for next week. You guys make your way toward the winery, and as you approach, situated in the midst of the vineyard, the winery is an old two-story stone building with multiple entrances, thick ivy covering every wall, and iron fencing along its roofline. The trail ends at an open loading dock on the ground floor. There's a wooden stable of more recent construction attached to the east side of the winery and next to the loading dock. West of the winery is a crumbling well and a wooden outhouse. As you approach, you do begin to, you keep it quiet and, look around. You slightly hear the rustle of dead vines around you. And you do see these inhuman shapes kind of walking around, trudging through the mist and the rain. It looks like they're all kind of surrounding this building and surrounding the winery. Roll me perception checks as you get closer.
Better mine.
By one.
It's still better.
I clicked the button. I'm just waiting for it. There we go.
Okay.
Yeah, I noticed Roll20 does that sometimes too.
Thurkarel, you notice just from the immediate glance, there's probably at least 20 of these in different, like, groups of 5 or so, kind of walking around on the outside.
I kind of use hand gestures to gesture to everyone to hold up and count out, or I do 2 hands twice.
Yeah.
20.
You guys are about like 120 feet away from the house and the winery and everything, and you see them about 120 feet away from here.
I'm gonna shake my head and say 4 or 5 to 1. It's not good odds.
With my 11 perception, would I have seen like any of them around? Could I tell what sort of blights they are at all, or?
Yes, you don't immediately notice it, but yeah, as Thurkarel, you know, kind of points them out to you a bit more, you notice that they are needle blights. And then you see at the front of the building, you see one scraggly looking druid, and it looks kind of similar to the ones that you've seen on the road earlier. It has a green cloak with like this really messed up like long brown hair with twigs kind of emerging from it, and they're holding this really long staff, like a staff that looks like it's made of twigs and trees, and so it's kind of standing in the front of the winery with all the needle blights around.
I will kind of point to the man that I see outside, say to the rest of the group, he, I believe, if my experiences are correct, is scarier than all of those other creatures combined.
Great observation, Gizzard. Ismark says.
So who said that?
I assume that I would probably know that with the 17 nature from before. I've probably had experience with these things.
Yeah. Wait, are you saying that the druid is scarier, or
Yes, the druid is scarier than like everything else.
Yes.
Combined.
So
if they're moving in groups, is there like a timing pattern between each group where we could try to
maybe we can figure that out next week?
Yes. Yeah. So we'll stop there for now, and you guys can think of some approaches that you want to do to approach the winery, and we will pick it up next Sunday.
All right, sounds good.
Mm-hmm.
Cool.
Unless we're too tired, and then we'll.
No.
Oh.
I think just getting a week off after 8 weeks is a good break.
Yeah, I feel more caught up on a lot of things now. I even like read ahead at some things, so I feel more confident and caught up. And yeah, I think that was good. So.
We spent like an hour harassing the guards at Valaki, so I hope so.
Yeah.
I mean, like most campaigns, I usually try to get a break in every like month.
It is good. It is good to have some time to break for a bit. So yeah, I mean, we are on session 8 now, so we officially did 8, kind of 10, but 8 sessions.
Yeah.
Is this going better or worse than you expected it?
It's hard, honestly. I won't lie.
It's going awesome. So
I'm enjoying the campaign.
I've been enjoying it
from a DM perspective. How Tracy's enjoying it.
Yeah. I'm glad.
It sucks.
I'm glad that you guys enjoy it. For me, it's thinking of a lot of things. I think it's hard to. It's hard in some ways.
Appreciation for George now.
Yeah, I really do, honestly, because it's a lot to remember and keep track of, and yeah.
Are you using things like Trello or no?
No, I'm using OneNote mostly.
Oh, OneNote's really good too.
Yeah,
Trello
that's-
and OneNote are like the two big ones I've seen people use.
Yeah,
Just
George.
use Google Docs. so-
I've been
yeah, yeah,
badgering those like ClickUp guys to add Roll20 integration.
yeah. That would be nice.
Because
Yeah.
then you can like if you have Roll20 integration on ClickUp, that means you've got integration for Roll20 with Trello.
That would be so nice
and
to have
everything,
like
and it's
my
all in one
notes.
spot, like a project management tool for
Yep.
everything.
Yeah, because I made a note that's like bookmarks that I never use, like on my So I think it would be better if I had just like a notebook type thing set up on Roll20. That would be awesome.
Yeah.
But yeah, I'm glad that you guys are enjoying it so far. Yeah, there's some things that like you guys ask, and I'm like, shit, like what?
What's the name of
That's
the guard?
every
Yeah.
DM
Yeah.
ever.
Like
Every DM ever. Welcome to the.
It is definitely a struggle.
I'm trying to be nice as possible because it's your first time DMing.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I was so tempted to like ask, "What's your name, Mr. Random Guard?" And I'm like, "No, I'm not gonna do that to her."
Yeah.
Not
And
right
then I'm like, I'll do it.
Yeah. Yeah.
We gotta throw some of the tests in every once in a while.
Yeah.
Can't just let her get off scot free.
Yep. All right.
Can't learn if you don't get tested.
It's true. It is a learning experience all the way through. So, all right, stream. Thank you everybody for hanging out tonight. Hope you all have a good night, and I'll see you later this week. It's weird because it's Monday, not Sunday. So, see you guys.
Oh, I got work tomorrow.
Oh, I know I have work tomorrow too. All right. Bye, everybody.
Nice stream.
Bye.
Bye.